Same with 83 this morning, not out. They didn't get them all this morning, obviously. Ben Aitchison, 11. Sam Connors, a 6-ball duck. Jake Libby out to the second ball of the Worcestershire innings, and Daryl Mitchell out to the penultimate over of the morning session. 25 for 2. Tom Fell 14. Gareth Roderick on 2, and Sam Connors to pick up the attack from the racecourse, and it's turned into the leg side by Fell, and there's no run. Bit of goulash for lunch, very nice. You'll have to turn your microphone now.
Otherwise, me saying the goulash is very nice is wasted. It was very nice, though. You're right. Yeah. It was good, and we've been well looked after. Can't complain.
Well, you can.
Put the heater on and it'll be even better.
I'm surprised you turned it off. Connors in 3, slips in place, and he bowls, and that is squirted out backward of square on the offside. And as Dahl does the fielding, diving down to his left-hand side, and there's no run.
So Hudson Prentice has been replaced by Connors, despite having picked up Mitchell's wicket with a Jaffa. I watched the replay again at lunchtime. It was a really good delivery. Dipped in very, very late and removed his middle stump, extracted it. Great sight for a bowler. But Hudson Prentice has been replaced by Connors at this racecourse end.
And Lewis Rees will open the bowling from the City end, I fancy. Connors bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side. Here is Rees diving to his right to prevent the ball from racing away towards the boundary. They can't prevent the single from being taken, though. Fell off the mark for the afternoon, moves on to 15. And Roderick has 2, 26 for 2, Worcestershire. In their first innings, as I say, in reply to Derbyshire's 390 all out, which means that they still have a healthy lead of 364 runs. Yeah, see, maths. Never ever try maths. Get this stream up and running as well.
Gareth Roderick taking guard now. He's big innings for him. This only had one shot at Chelmsford last week, got a duck. He's off the mark here, but having joined a new county, be keen to get his first proper score.
Waiting now, and he defends this up to Lewis Rees. Mid on, so 3 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Very standard field.
Just picking up for Worcestershire fans on that little conversation we had this morning about Josh Tongue's fitness. And I said he's not injured as far as I know. He bowled yesterday for the seconds. I think it's a rehabilitation story, really. He's coming back from an injury, and they feel he needs a bit more bowling before he's in first-team contention.
So it comes off a leading edge. So it sends into the leg side.
So he's fit, but he's got to get some more miles in the legs, etc., before he's pushing for a first-team place. I would say is the situation.
Well, interestingly, George Scrimshaw, who you'll know clearly, who last played a first-team game here in 2017 for Worcestershire against Derbyshire, got Billy Goldman out in a T20 match. He's currently playing for the Derbyshire Saints. He has a contract for this season, and I'm sure he would have been hoping to have been fit enough to play in this game. As Connors completes his over with a ball that's defended up to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and he immediately removes his sweater. He's currently playing for the seconds just to get some miles under his belt after a horrendous series of injuries. So we look forward to seeing George Scrimshaw Burton upon Trent Bourne, of course. We look forward to seeing him.
Yeah, I know his dad more than him, actually, because I played against him, I think, a couple of times when I played for Lullington Park. Way back when, well, not that long ago, but long enough ago for it to have been his dad and not the boy that I played.
One of the tallest, the Cud Field, one of the tallest bowling attacks ever seen in first-class cricket in this country, with Billy Stanlake, George Scrimshaw, and Ben Aitchison.
Yeah, absolutely. Aitchison currently in the gully, or sort of fourth slip, with Lewis Rees coming into the attack at the City end, left arm over the wicket. Had a little brief spell with the new ball this morning. He bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens. In he comes now, bowls across the right-handed Fell, left alone through to the keeper. And he got 1 or 2 to shape back into the right-hander. Mainly bowled at Daryl Mitchell this morning, and Mitchell handled him reasonably well, but just the 4 overs, fairly tidy, as I say, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8, and brought back in here as the new ball pair is rejoined, as it were, for this post-lunch session, having picked up those 2 wickets this morning. Derbyshire. So Rees bowls again to Fell, who pushes defensively up to mid-on. 2 men out. Libby, LBW to his first ball, the second of the innings. So following his marathon innings at Chelmsford last week, he was reminded, as we all are every now and again, of what a great level of cricket is, and played one of the longest innings in the history of Championship cricket, and today the equal shortest innings in the history of Championship cricket.
Of any form of cricket.
In comes Rees and bowls outside the off stump to Fell, who lets that go through to Harvey Hussain, the keeper. Yes, he was out first ball, and we saw 2 first ballers in the Derbyshire innings as well. And then Daryl Mitchell, surprisingly for me, in the last but 1 over before lunch, LBW, bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 9. I say surprisingly for me because he was beginning to look fairly comfortable, and it was a really good delivery from Hudson-Prentice that snaked back in and uprooted his middle stump. 26 for 2 then it is now, as Rees comes in, bowls outside the off stump to Fell. He lets that go through again to the wicketkeeper Harvey Hussain. Tidy in his white gloves, batted very tidily as well today. 83 not out, Hussain finished, as Derbyshire added 30 this morning to their overnight 360, just for the loss of those last 2 wickets, both picked up by Ed Barnard, who finished with figures of 25.2 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 67, and probably deserves to be called Worcestershire's best bowler in that innings. So Rees is in again, slightly over-pitched on leg stump, Fell clips to mid-wicket, straight to Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run, despite it being quite a nicely timed shot. I think Dylan Pennington probably bowled pretty well for Worcestershire, 219 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69. He didn't bowl today. The other bowler we saw today was Alzari Joseph, who finished with unflattering figures of 2 for 108 off 24 overs. Did have a catch put down this morning, probably could have got 3, but he'll have better days, I'm sure. In comes Rees, left arm over bowls, a little bit shorter, and a good delivery, which Fell is fortunate to get 4 runs from, because it was a false shot. He played on the back foot, got a thick outside edge. It was in the air for quite a long time, but as I say, Aitchison is in a sort of 4th or 5th slip position rather than gully, and that one went just a little bit squarer to his right and raced away for 4 to 3rd man. End of the over. Roderick has 2, Fell has 19, Worcestershire 30 for 2.
I thought he steered that one.
You just say
no, it was an edge.
Touche.
Yes. Remarkable goings on at Chelmsford. Durham bowled out for 259. Essex already 6 for 1, trailing by 157. They're not going to be there on Sunday. I think we can safely say that at this stage, and I'm happy to be proved wrong at some point. But that is remarkable. Also in this group, Durham heading for victory, so that makes this game important for these 2 sides, if it wasn't already, as Connors bowls and beats Roderick. Good delivery, best delivery he's bowled since picking up a wicket, I think, in the first over. That was an absolute beauty. So yes, interesting what's happening at Chelmsford. Just down the A52, Nottinghamshire having made 273, have Warwickshire 118 for 4. So Warwickshire still trailing by 155. Another draw there would be nice, or a Warwickshire win, for different reasons. In goes Connors in and bowls. That one is short and wide and slapped away for 4 runs, possibly. No, hasn't got the legs to get there. Wayne Madson's giving chase. They come back for a second. In fact, it stopped before Madson arrived at the ball.
It down, didn't
Yeah.
it? Stunned it down to the ground, really.
Stunned. I'll make a note of that. No, it's a different. Yes, that was more of a stun than a slap. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. 32 for 2.
It's early in the season. We've got to just sort our cricket vocabulary out, haven't we? You do kind of get little phrases, don't you, that you find yourself repeating.
Repeat myself a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Because I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. Here's Connors in again. This one's wide of the off stump. Roderick has absolutely nothing to do with it as it goes through to keeper Harvey Hussain. Leicestershire have reached lunch for 353 for 7 in their first innings against Surrey. Terrific effort from Derbyshire's fellow minnows. Gloucestershire 101 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 312 at Taunton.
It's true, the terminology, it's fascinating. There's certain expressions have crept into the game that were just never there before, like jagged back.
Jagged, yeah. I'm not going to call them an out, though. Here is Connors in and bowls. That's on target, but it's turned into the leg side by Roderick. Sliding stop by Lewis Rees prevents them from getting anything more than a single. Roderick moves on to 5, 33 for 2. Middlesex 31 for 5. Mohammed Abbas with all 5 wickets there against Hampshire, who made 319 down at Southampton. Northants 37 for 2 against Lancashire, who made 305. And Sussex going nicely at 214 for 2 against Glamorgan in the all second division clash. Connors in again, and this one is turned again up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. This time there's no run as he barely had to move a couple of yards to his right to do the fielding.
But I don't think a ball ever jagged before about 1990.
No.
Since then they've been jagging all over the place, haven't they? They used to seam and swing. Now they jag and snake.
It's all this shape as well.
Shaped away. Areas, good areas.
Yeah, it's just jargon, isn't it? Invented by a satellite television company. Here is Connors. Balls all beats. Fell all ends up on the inside, I think, of his bat, in between bat and pad. It wasn't much of a shot, in fairness. His feet didn't move too much. And it went through to Harvey Hussain. Good pace as well. So that's a couple of really good deliveries in that over from Sam Connors. He didn't pick up a wicket, though. 33 for 2 with Roderick on 5. Fell on 19. That will have encouraged Connors a touch.
Lewis Rees to carry on from the City end. 33 for 2. Long way behind. Best not to even think about how far behind they are at the moment. I think from a Worcestershire point of view, just bat and see where you are at tea. Just bat, see where you are at the end of the day. That'll be the game plan, I suspect. No more specific than that. As Lewis Rees comes in, bowls to Roderick, plays this nicely into the covers, and no addition. He's on 5. There's an interesting setup at the crease, Gareth Roderick. He, particularly against the left armour, but equally against the right armour, he stands in quite an open position. His left foot not parallel with his right, quite open. And then as the bowler approaches the crease, he turns his left shoulder and moves into a much more conventional position. Rees is in, bowls, and that's exactly what he does. No ball that time. Pushed up to mid-on, 34 for 2. And it's a bit like we were talking yesterday about some of the great movers at the crease, prompted by Billy Godleman's taking guard in various odd positions yesterday. Talked about Kim Barnett, Peter Willey, even went back as far as Ken Barrington. But as we said, it's crucially that turning into a good position before the bowler bowls, which is what Roderick's doing. 35 with that no balls. Roderick is in, bowls, beg your pardon, Rees is in, and bowls to Roderick, who pushes up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Bright sunshine again now, a bit more blue sky than we had this morning when it was a little grey at times. And it's a lovely picture looking out from the relative warmth of our commentary box here.
Relative warmth. Dave McCardle's being mischievous. He said Libby's innings would have been longer even if he'd been timed out. Harsh.
Equal shortest in the history of the championship. This one down the leg side from Rees, and I think Worcestershire are going to get 4 leg buys off Roderick's thigh pad. Gone very fine, no chance for Hussain to stop it, so cheap runs for Worcestershire, but they won't mind. Takes the score on to 39 for 2. and the deficit is well, still, what is it, 351. It's still, as I say, not worth thinking about from a Worcestershire point of view. Been quite a few runs around, really, considering it's April. I know we've had that collapse at Hampshire, but there's been quite a few runs around. Looking at the scores yesterday, Reese in once more, bowls, and Roderick is pushing out onto the offside, no run. And my theory on that, why there've been quite a few runs around, it's not that it's not that revolutionary, but I can hardly remember a drier March than we've had ever.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons for that, well, that is the reason that the pitches are, you know, less juicy, if you like, flatter, whiter, and there are more runs around. It's that moisture and proper greenness, and moisture that maybe doesn't disappear after just an hour or two, that really causes problems. As Roderick picks up runs again here, or one run anyway, off his pads down to square leg. Slight misfield by Connors, but they don't come back for two. So total moves up to 40 for two. Roderick 6, Fell 19. And the reason that I am so aware of the dryness of March, and I will just say this before I hit next door,
tomatoes,
is that, on those lines, I put up some new guttering on one of my sheds at the beginning of March.
One of your sheds?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Frankie, 2 sheds.
Yeah.
And it hasn't rained since I put the guttering on. Hardly. There you go. Reese bowls again, blocked out to mid-wicket by Tom Fell. End of the over. But seriously, I put this guttering up, fitted a water, but thought that would be lovely, collect all the water. Hasn't rained. 40 for 2, Roderick 6, Fell 19. And Worcestershire, remember, replying to Gloucestershire's 390. And with that, I will leave you with Dave Fletcher and nip next door to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester FM listeners.
2 sheds, Jackson, Monty Python. I didn't realise I was commentating with shed royalty. 40 for 2. 2 sheds, Watson. Sam Connors is going to continue, magnificent. I have no sheds. I don't even have a garden. I've just got a backyard, which I prefer, if I'm honest. It's a bit of a sweep round and it's tidy. Here's Sam Connors. He's bowling to Fell, who leaves this one alone. It cuts back at him as well. It was one of those good leaves. Of course, you know by now there are only 2 types. Prolonged applause from Leas Deploy at first slip. As Connors reaches the end of his mark again. Very smooth run up, and he bowls wide of the off stump. Fell, just watches it go past him and behind to Harvey Hussain. Behind the stumps. Yeah, Mohammed Abbas's figures at one stage, I imagine they're still fairly impressive, as Middlesex are now 37 for 7. Mohammed Abbas's figures, here you go, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 11, and we can blame Kyle Abbott for ruining what could have been an all-10 job. Very fine bowler, another one who can't play in the IPL, of course, as Connors is in and bowls. That's driven very nicely indeed by Fell for 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, slightly over-pitched, Roderick rather drives it down the ground and gets a boundary. He moves on to 10, and Worcestershire to 44 for 2. It's going to happen to a bowler, so Connors shouldn't be too concerned about that. There is a substitute on for Derbyshire, because I've just noticed Anuj Dahal coming down the steps away to our left-hand side, and he's not on at the moment. So it's Brooke Guest. There he is at cover. Beg his pardon for not noticing. As Connors sets off again, in and bowls. This one is outside the off stump, rather reaching for it on that occasion. Roderick pushes it up to Billy Godalming. He throws it back on the half volley to Harvey Hussain. There's no run. Connors in again. Bowls and pushed into the offside. Brooke Guest does the fielding, and from one wicket keeper to another he sends it to Hussain behind the stumps at the far end. It was a 6:45 finish last night, likely to be something along those lines this evening. Tea will be taken when there are 36 overs left, so 30 overs left to play in this session, which is around about 2 hours. 2 hours. As Connors goes in again, bowls, and that one is defended off the back foot by Roderick. And 19 runs added in the 20 minutes since the lunch break. 25 for 2 at lunch. They'll be relatively happy with the way things have gone so far in this session. Will Worcestershire, no major alarms. Lewis Rees to continue from the City end. Update coming up for listeners to BBC Radio Derby's AM and FM frequencies. Lewis Rees is going to come around the wicket to Fell. For the first time he's coming around the wicket. Might be the first time this season. 2 slips and 3 slips, but the third of them is probably 4.5, 5th slip, that kind of area. Ben Aitchison. Lewis deploy at first, Wayne Madsen at second. 76 and 77 on their backs as around the wicket comes Rees and bowls. No run. Worcestershire 44 for 2 in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 390 all out this morning. Harvey Hussain 83 not out when they closed. They were 25 for 2 at lunch. Jake Libby out for a first ball duck, and Daryl Mitchell making 9. Since then, Tom Fell and Gareth Roderick have taken them on to 44 for 2, so they've added 19 runs with Roderick on 10, Fell on 19. 44 for 2 Worcestershire. Apologies, that was a complete mess. A complete mess. Next delivery ball is pushed into the leg side, and there's no run. Always finish on the score, but don't give the score out 30 seconds before, or 30 seconds, 5 seconds before you're going to finish the report. First rule of reporting school. Here comes Rees again around the wicket. Hussain goes down, and this one is guided down to Ben Aitchison at 4th slip. Off the face of the bat. He's just standing with his left foot in front of his right, Harvey Hussain, when he crouches down as Rees is coming around the wicket, just adjusting himself to the different angle that Rees is bowling. There he goes now. And he's crouching down, and that one is guided off a thickish edge down towards third man. Dahl has reached the ball ahead of Wayne Madsen, unsurprisingly, as fit as Wayne Madsen is. I think if there was a race between the two of them, Manoj Dahl would probably start as an odds-on favourite. And he got to the ball first. And the batsman picked up a couple of runs. Fell moves on to 21, 46 for 2. Madsen back in his place at second slip. As Rees is in and bowls. That one's down the leg side, collected, moving away to his left-hand side by Hussain. Early Madonna in my ears. I'll just turn that down a touch. I think it's early. Blends into one after a while, Madonna. ball back to Lewis Rees, who will bowl the final ball of his latest over around the wicket. Fell pushes it up to mid-on. Picked up by Mikey Cohen, I believe, at mid-on. It's the end of the over. 6 since lunch. So Finn Hudson-Prentice raises the rallying cry, "Come on lads, let's sanitise our hands." The oft heard, "Come on lads, let's sanitise our hands," and off they all troop. Have you seen Abbas has now got 6?
Has he? No.
It's absolutely astonishing
story,
what's happening.
Well,
no, unfortunately.
Somebody else got one.
Yes, yeah.
Someone always ruins it.
And the man who's ruined it is the other overseas, Kyle Abbott. Abbott, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Mohammed Abbas, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 11.
Wow.
His best batting in an innings is 8 for 46.
Very impressive.
Well, I saw him a couple of times for Leicestershire, who obviously taught him all he knows. And he was an impressive operator for them. And just continued that with Hampshire. Middlesex 42 for 7, trailing by 277.
Good start for Hampshire. Good win last week too. Connors from the racecourse end moves away from us now to bowl to Roderick, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. 46 for 2. If I can just, before I forget, justify my 2 sheds. One's a complete dumping ground, full of bikes and mowers and that kind of thing. Well, mower. I've only got 1 mower.
2 mowers. You almost left yourself wide open there to an accusation of 2 mowers.
And the other one, this newish one, is sort of a potting shed. It's kind of glass fronted and it's kind of for growing stuff.
Is it wooden?
Yeah, it's wooden.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
But with lots of glass at the front with for growing stuff on and nurturing seeds and that kind of thing. As Connors bowls again, and it's pushed up to mid-off by Roderick. 46 for 2, no run. So that's the reason. Anyway, sorry if you wonder why we're going on about that. Just talking about how dry it's been in March, really. I'm an allotment here, you see, Dave. That's what it is.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I've got an allotment just about just literally 2 minutes across the road from my house.
Greenhouse on it?
No, and that not allowed, which is why I got this new shed with all the glass, because I needed to do things.
Becoming very clear.
Yeah.
Now.
Anyway, here's Connors again. Bowls outside the off stump. Roderick leaves that. Good judgment. Well left. Through to the keeper. Connors, a bit like Barnard for Worcestershire, just getting a little bit of movement, but possibly needing to start the ball a little bit straighter in order to make the batsman play. Bowling what would be good deliveries if they were just a bit straighter, but wasted because of not making the batsman play.
Good news is, of course, you can check out Arthur 2 Sheds Jackson on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Monty Python sketch.
When I got it, John Curtis called me that as well. In comes Connors, on again, is left alone by Roderick, climbs that one a little bit more, taken sort of hip high by Harvey Hussain, the Derbyshire keeper. So 390 Derbyshire, Worcestershire 46 for 2. This game moving along at a snail's pace compared to the one at the Aegeus Bowl and 1 or 2 others around the ground that Dave's been telling us about that have moved on much more quickly, and that's mainly because Derbyshire batted so well really in their first innings, despite losing a wicket in the first over yesterday morning. As Connors goes on in again and overcorrects line-wise really and drifts into Roderick's pads and is clipped through mid-wicket for a single. Fielder Aitchison having gone out deep on the leg side just before that ball. Wondered whether he was going to bang one in short, try and induce a pull when they made that fielding change. It could well still be the case. He's going to be bowling to Fell. 47 for 2. Roderick on 11 now. The men out. Libby without scoring and Mitchell for 9. Here is Connors in again. Bowls, and he does go short, and Fell rocks back and pulls it away, but he gets on top of it. It's well fielded by Aitchison in the deep. But another single for Fell, who's onto that quickly. He goes on to 21, 22 in fact, and the total at the end of 22 overs of this Worcestershire innings, 48 for 2.
Steve Cheshire's been in touch at Flex Sport. You can also get in touch at Frank Watson 58, all lowercase. I'm not sure that makes any difference.
No, I don't think. I'm not sure.
But anyway,
it used to. I think.
Yeah, it might have done. Steve Cheshire, who's listening to the commentary, just wants me to remind you of one of my predecessors, Ian Buxton, who did both football and cricket. You'll have come across him, I'm sure. He took 11 wickets in a match against Worcestershire in 1968.
Wow.
Good to hear from you.
Excellent tweet I've had from James, who follows me with his hashtag @InvestorBod, and he is absolutely right, albeit a massive pedant. And he says, much as I hate to play the pedant, the shortest innings in history must have been those run out without facing a ball. Sorry, absolutely right.
No, fair play.
And it's happened to me.
Fair play.
Oh, it's happened to me. It was absolutely horrible.
Leg spin. From the City end, Kevin Braithwaite asks, can counties refuse to let their players play in the IPL? I'm not sure. Here is Critchley, who bowls to Fell, pushes it out into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, in short, I have no idea. No idea at all. Obviously, the England players can play because the ECB pays their wages, so they can decide whether or not they play. As this next delivery from Critchley is allowed to go past the off stump and through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know if they have any. We were asked last week, can counties stop players playing in the 100? Critchley bowls, and it's a full delivery that's turned into the leg side, fielded by Cohen, and I don't think they can, because obviously the 100 is the only game in town, isn't it, as far as the ECB is concerned, and an awful lot of broadcasters as well. As in comes this next delivery from Critchley that's turned very nicely for a couple of runs out towards the backward square leg boundary. Connors does the fielding out there in the deep, and what an arm he's got, by the way. Almost threw it over Harvey Hussein's head from just in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. 48 for 2. Worcestershire move on to?
Yeah, I don't know. I presume a contract, when it's signed, those sort of things are covered.
Yeah. This one is left, and it was a good leave, because it thudded into Harvey Hussein's gloves. Matt Critchley, one of the 3 Derbyshire players, will be missing for a competition I'm looking forward to, the 50-over competition, which is far better cricket than 20-over anyway. Critchley bowls, and this one is driven very pleasantly out towards the covers for a single by Fell. He moves to 25, 51 for 2. End of the over, 11 to Roderick. The other 2 players will be missing, of course, are Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen, and I'd love to tell you who they were playing for, but quite frankly, I don't care.
Yeah, I was just thinking
I've got half an idea, but I'm not going to be 100%.
Just thinking about the contract situation in the IPL. If you've signed a contract to play for Worcestershire between March and September, say, I presume you can't just say, well, actually, I want to nip off for a month, but unless you agree it before you sign.
But the problem is that they're likely to be your best players, and you're not going to say you can't go, because they won't sign a contract when the next negotiation. Oh, it's yeah.
Anyway, here's Connors.
All the power, the players, all the power.
Comes in, bowls to Fell, who's taken on the pads. Big shout, but I think that's done too much going down the leg side in my view from here. And it was a big shout, but it wasn't one of those shouts where they really fancy it, I didn't think. 51 for 2. Fell 25, Roderick 11.
Just before I get people sending things in, Critchley's playing in Wales, Madsen's playing in Manchester, and Lewis Rees is playing at Lords, whatever the team that plays, the London Spirit. Yes, he did, sir. I don't know. Yes, he did, sir.
Connors in, bowls to Fell, who works this one through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple here. A good slide by Rees, but then he forgot to pick the ball up, so it ran away, and Finn Hudson-Prentice finished the fielding. And Fell picks up 2 in that area that I identified this morning as being an area that, if you had a little map of Tom Fell's runs, quite a high percentage of them come in that little arc between sort of mid-wicket and mid-on when he's in good nick. 53 for 2 then. He goes to 27. Not entirely convincing, but reasonably. He's been there since the 3rd ball of the innings. He waits now as Connors is in again and bowls to him, and he's forward to this one and steering it into the gully. And as Dahl scampers round, ever enthusiastic in the field, one of those fielders that's really genuinely expecting and wanting every ball to come to him. So when he gets a chance like that to seize on it, he's on it so quickly. Really outstanding fielder, and they nearly always get them in there at backward point, don't they, in normal circumstances, because that's clearly where the ball goes the most. 53 for 2. Connors in again, bowls to Fell, who's on the back foot this time, pushing out into the covers, and again no run taken.
I was just watching him walk in there. It's interesting, isn't it? I've never really done it before, but because you were talking about him, I thought I'll just watch him walk in, and his eyes are firmly focused on the batsman, not on. He doesn't look at the bowler and then readjust his eyes. He focuses firmly on the batsman, and obviously just senses when the delivery's coming because of the way the batsman's acting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real art, that sort of fielding. In comes Connors again, bowls, good delivery and a good leave outside the off stump. That one climbing and coming back in after it passed the stumps, taken by Hussain, moving to his left. But yeah, there is when fielding sort of started to really become an aspect of the game that was coached separately, I think, sort of probably 20, 25 years ago. There were some great fielding coaches around. Trevor Penny, that used to play for Zimbabwe and Warwickshire. And he used to do sessions where he would do exactly that and teach boys and teach young cricketers to what to look at when they were walking in and so on. And you could to improve fielding so much. As he's in again, Connors. This one short of a length, steered out on the offside by Tom Fell and fielded by that man, Anuj Dahl. And the secret on the leg side is very interesting. If you're behind square on the leg side, is to look at the batsman's left side, to look at the batsman's front pad and the front side of his body, because if the ball is going to come to you at backward square leg or short fire, it will appear from there. So as you walk in, that's exactly where you focus. Just really, obvious when you look at it like that, but clever when it's explained to you out there in the middle in a sort of coaching or learning scenario.
You sort of got to train your eyes as well, haven't you? Because there'd be nothing worse than looking at the bowler, watching him deliver the ball, and then trying to refocus at the other end, 22 yards away, as Critchley begins a new over. It's pushed out to, guess who? Anuj Dahl, who's now fielding at extra cover for Matt Critchley's leg spin. Wayne Madsen at slip as ever, as this one is pushed up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by the left-handed Lewis Rees, and they knew it was the left-handed Lewis Rees because the ball went to his right. They knew he'd have to just turn his body, so wasn't in a position to have a shy at the stumps, but the ball reached him a little bit quicker than it did.
And if you watch Dahl now, he's in that short extra position, so he'll have a slightly different approach now. So he'll walk in, but before the batsman plays his shot, when the batsman takes up shape, he'll set himself with his weight evenly balanced, so that he can go either way. It's a commonplace for young cricketers now. They get taught it, but not so much so in the past. But he'll walk in and then he'll adopt a position and set himself balanced, weight evenly distributed, can go either way.
Previous ball was a dot ball, as is this one, pushed out towards Dahl this time. The previous one went to Critchley. 54 for 2. Worcestershire in reply to Derbyshire's 390. And he's an outstanding fielder, Anuj Dahl. Yeah, it's getting a bit warm. This one is turned into the leg side by Fell. Phillips Prentice warming up, likely to replace Sam Connors at the racecourse end. I would imagine he's bowled 5 overs since lunch, Sam Connors. This next delivery from Critchley is left alone by Fell outside the off stump. And there we are. He removes his sweater and his cap. Hudson Prentice, he is indeed going to replace Sam Connors with Worcestershire on 54 for 2. Roderick has 12. Fell has 27. And we're just 5 overs away from the halfway point. No, we're not. We're 10 overs away from the halfway point in the day.
God,
Maths.
another long day.
Maths. Don't do it.
Another long day. Get the spinners on. 54 for 2 then, Worcestershire. Considerably warmer now, isn't it? I think with the sun
absolutely. Well, the sun's
yeah.
just starting to...
I hope it's better for the players.
In answer to Chris asking if Lewis Deploy was playing in the... No, he was drafted last year, but wasn't drafted this year, and I haven't built up the courage to ask him yet how it feels to have been left out of a squad that never played. So perhaps that's next on my list of...
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, that, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they got paid some money last year, didn't they?
Did they?
For the inconvenience of it not...
Oh, it must have been terribly inconvenient to do nothing.
For not playing, yes.
I suppose some of them changed their travel plans and that kind of thing. But
I don't think Leos did. He was already here.
Nice work if you can get it. Nice non-work if you can get it. Here's Hudson Prentice. And he bowls just short of a length on the off stump to Gareth Roderick, who gets in behind it and pushes out into the covers, where it is fielded by Matt Critchley. And there's no addition. So yeah, bright sunshine here at the moment, and a very pleasant view as we look out from our position high up over Long On. Just a shame there aren't lots of spectators here as well. Finn Hudson Prentice, 33 on his back, moves away from us, bowls, good length delivery. Roderick forward and repeats the shot of the previous ball, pushing into the covers, where Critchley does the fielding. Yeah, going back to Anuj Dal and his fielding, I mean, he is brilliant. And there was a time when, you know, most counties had 1 or 2, but these days there's probably 5 or 6, aren't there, in most sides that are really fleet-footed, got good arms. They can throw from prone positions as well. Prentice in, bowls, pushed up to mid-on, no run. The ability to throw from on your knees or, you know, in a half crouch, having slid and dive, it's extraordinary, and it's a testament to the work they do with the gym and the core and all that.
Yeah. The size of my core, look at that.
I bet you can throw it a long way.
My core's twice as big as most of these lads. I have no idea what all the fuss is about.
But there was a time that people just wouldn't have dreamt of trying to throw like they do now. Here's Hudson Prentice, bowls again, over-pitched and clipped, really nicely timed. Beautiful shot by Gareth Roderick, but doesn't get a run because just picked out the fielder at mid-wicket. Couldn't have been more perfectly hit straight at him if he'd have tried. And that fielder is Sam Connors. And he picked it up very neatly, very cleanly. And there's no run. No run for a good shot. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. And this one's in short of a length on the back foot. Goes Roderick and pushes down on the offside. And Critchley comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. This is one of those periods in a game that we were talking about yesterday, isn't it, when I referred to that conversation that Dave Bradley and I had with Alex Gidman, the Worcestershire head coach, where to somebody who perhaps has just walked into the ground or been here for half an hour or hasn't followed the whole game, we'll just break off as Hudson Prentice bowls again outside the off stump, left alone. It looks like a period of, you know, drifting, nobody's really too bothered, just waiting for something to happen. But actually, from both teams' points of view, there's a really important phase of the game taking place. Derbyshire want to press home an advantage that was given them by a good first innings score on those 2 wickets this morning. And Worcestershire, you know, it's really important after losing those 2 wickets that this 3rd wicket, 2 fairly senior players stay together and build a significant partnership. So actually, there's a lot going on out there. It could just appear that there isn't. 54 for 2 off 27 overs.
Is that conversation available on a podcast anywhere?
Yeah.
Oh,
it
excellent.
Just happens to be
Excellent.
on. It's called "I'd Rather Be a Pair."
Excellent.
And it's available
Little good bookshops.
online. Yeah. Anyway, if you Google "I'd rather be a pair," you'll get it. Yeah. And of course, the subtext is "I'd rather be a pair than a bear."
I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah.
Dot ball, first ball. Sorry.
It was indeed. No, you're all right. Here's Critchley. I just wanted to get that out of the way. This one's pushed out to the offside as well. It's a second successive dot ball.
Out the way or in the conversation?
In the conversation, absolutely.
Thank you. Bradders will send you a cheque.
I somehow doubt that. Here is Critchley again and bowls, and back into his crease goes. Fell pushes it, just dribbles it really into the onside. It's picked up by Hussain, who gives it to Billy Godalman, his skipper. He's fielding at mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice out on the mid-wicket boundary, miles away. This one is out into the offside to Dahl, oohs and ahs. We're having to look through both Harvey Hussain and the batsman to see what the ball might be doing, so I've no chance. Not that I've got much chance if I can see it, as Critchley bowls, and that one is driven away, and it's half stopped by Anuj Dahl. It's fumbled by Lewis Rees, though, and if he hadn't have fumbled that and had thrown cleanly, I'll tell you what, Roderick might have been in a spot of bother there. He's flat out. I hope he's okay. He is okay. Is he? Oh no, I think he's landed on his midriff area, which is never a good thing to land on. Fell.
He's lying there like a footballer who's had his ear touched.
Yeah, well,
in an aerial challenge.
Yeah,
that's becoming a real problem, isn't it?
Well, yes. I think football in general is becoming quite a problem, but yes. I mean,
the head injury, the so-called head injury where you've just been brushed and you go down and lie there for ages, is becoming a real problem. I do think. Sorry, I think you're right. I think it looks like he's hurt his hand actually.
Or is it his chin? Has his helmet banged into his chin? He had to go full stretch, and as I say, if Lewis Rees hadn't fumbled it and had got that throw in straight away, I reckon that Roderick was gone for all money. But he got into his ground, but then stayed flat on the ground for quite some time. Fell's moved on to 26, 55 for 2, incidentally, following the single. Ben Aitchison warming up in the far distance.
He's all right, I think.
Yeah, we're okay.
But yeah, not comfortable. There's all sorts of things can go wrong when you dive with a cricket bat in your hand. The bat can get stuck in the ground and jar back. And
again, when I played, diving wasn't a thing. This one is driven out into the offside, no timing, off the toe end of the bat, which he now inspects. And it's hand sanitisation time. I'm in the tune, after which, yes, absolutely, after which I should be doing an update into Steve Jordan's afternoon show. So I quite like the song that's on at the moment. I couldn't, for the life of me, tell you who it is or what even the tune was, but it's very, very pleasant. Very pleasant. 55 for 2 at the end of the over, which means they've added 30 since lunch in 50 minutes. I'll listen out for who it is, then I'll let you all know. I'm sure you're all dying to hear what it might be. You could tune into FM if you wanted, but I wouldn't do that. Just wait for me to tell you. If I remember to listen, 55 for 2. And Finn Hudson Prentice to continue from the racecourse end. Picked up a wicket in the penultimate over of the morning session. Daryl Mitchell out for 9. It was 22 for 2 at that stage. Now 55 for 2. I think it might be called Where the Story Ends, but it might not be. Here's Hudson Prentice then. 3 slips in place and bowls to Fell, who carves him away for 4 runs out to the backward point boundary. 59 for 2. Poor delivery to begin with from the hirsute Hudson Prentice. Headband in, hair flowing behind him. Judging by the conversation he appears to be having with Lewis Rees, he knows what he did wrong there. I think short and wide was the problem. And Hudson Prentice sets off again. But that's a better length, a better delivery, and it's defended by Tom Fell. And there is no addition to the score, which is 59 for 2. Update coming up fairly shortly after this terrific song, which I still don't know what it is. Here's Hudson Prentice, it again, bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside by Fell. No run. Tintin out. Here's where the story is. Of course it is. Of course it was. 59 for 2. Some Prentice. Midway through the over. Yeah, Worcestershire battling hard here, Steve. 59 for 2 in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 390. They've added 34 since lunch without losing a wicket. Tom Fell has moved on to 32 and Gareth Roderick is on 12. But Derbyshire picked up 2 wickets this morning, having been dismissed for 390. Javi Hussain making 83. Jake Libby out to the second ball of the innings for Naught, and Daryl Mitchell in the penultimate over of the morning session, bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 9. So they're battling, as I say, hard here, Worcestershire. They've moved on now to 59 for 2 in their first innings. This one is turned down towards long on and gone for 4, as it's misfielded by Mikey Cohen in the distance. Disappointing, really. He slid to try to get to the ball. Pretty much slid past it in the end. His throw into Javi Hussain's forced him to the ground as well, so it was a bit of a mess all round, I'm afraid. And they picked up 4 runs. In particular, Fell picked up 4 runs. He moves on to 36, 68 for 2. Not desperate for a wicket, but they would certainly like one, I think it's fair to say. No, Gary, it wasn't Deep Purple. I think the last time Deep Purple appeared on Radio Derby was when I did a show one Christmas. Here goes Finn Hudson-Prentice, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Fell. It's fielded by Anuj Dal. It's the end of the over. 63 for 2. Roderick has 12. Fell 36. And all that means Worcestershire still trail by 327. Essex 29 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Durham by 134. And Warwickshire are now 151 for 5, trailing Nottinghamshire by 122 runs. I'll leave the Hampshire game till last. Lancashire, Northamptonshire rather, are 66 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 305. Sussex at 255 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 285 in Cardiff. Kent 105 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 379. They're still 274 behind. Gloucestershire 135 for 4, trailing Somerset by 177. And Surrey against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 375, all out in their first innings. Good effort that, down at the Rose Bowl, or the Aegeus Bowl, or whatever it's called these days, Middlesex. 51 for 7 in reply to Hampshire's 390. Critchley begins a new over from the City end, and it's driven back to him. He dives to his left to prevent the ball from going through to Lewis Rees. Dot ball. Here's Critchley again. Bowls. This one is guided off the face of the bat down to short third man, where Sam Connors does the fielding. I seem to have ground to a halt on the live stream on my laptop, not on the live stream itself. That's good news. In comes Critchley and bowls, and it's pushed out towards Anuj Dal at extra cover. Another dot ball. 63 for 2, midway through the 30th over of the Worcestershire first innings, as the sun tries desperately to come out, and Critchley bowls a repeat of the previous delivery, which is pushed out again to Dahl. Tosses himself a catch down at the City end. That comes in, and that one is played straight back to him and caught. Matt Critchley takes a caught and bowled. Roderick goes for 12. It's a third Worcestershire wicket. He just flicked it back to Critchley, who had to be smart to get down to his left-hand side. And Worcestershire lose their third wicket. They're 63 for 3. Roderick caught and bowled Critchley for 12. And that was the breakthrough that Derbyshire were looking for. They weren't desperate, but they could certainly do with one. And Critchley comes up with the goods. Roderick is out. Derbyshire still have a very healthy lead as well. They currently lead by 327. They just need to keep chipping away the home side as Brett D'Oliveira enters the fray.
Good catch.
I thought it was an excellent catch.
Yeah, good catch.
Very low down, wasn't
Yeah.
it, to his left-hand
Yeah.
side. Had to readjust at the end of his follow-through. Not that he's moving at full tilt, but you know what I mean. And that's 3 different wicket takers as well, which sort of backs up what Billy Goodman was saying about the variety that he's got at his disposal. And he isn't frightened to change things around a little bit. He's also got the filth of Leas de Ploy's left arm spin, so that's usually when things are getting desperate. I doubt very much we'll see any Leas de Ploy left arm spin, certainly today. In fact, we definitely won't, because he's removed his cap to reveal the hair growing back on his head after he's shaved it all off. And he's going to don the fielding pads and helmet. In fact, he's dispensed with the pads. He's told the 12th man he doesn't need the pads. He's just going to wear the helmet close in at... he's going to go at leg slip. He's going to go at leg slip, look. So he has to wear a helmet fielding there. And as a result... Who is that? Is that Mikey Cohen? It is Mikey Cohen going out to towards the cover boundary. Sweeper on the leg side as well. Looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice from this distance. And D'Oliveira waits as Critchley bowls. Too many drives it very pleasantly. Gets off the mark. First ball. Out towards the extra cover boundary. Cohen does the fielding. It's the end of a successful over from Matt Critchley. He got rid of Gareth Roderick. Colton bowled for 12. He now has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 9. Hudson-Prentice 6 overs, 1 for 8. And they've both done exceptionally well. 64 for 3, 1 to D'Oliveira, 36 to Fell.
And the other bowling figures, Connors 9 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 21. Rees 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17. And Ben Aitchison just 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. So tidiness all round from Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Disappointed to lose that 3rd wicket after their partnership of 41 for that 3rd wicket, which had suggested something of a recovery, but it's been derailed by that excellent Corton ball by Matt Critchley. He's having a good game, obviously, having got his 100 in the first innings, and now in amongst the wickets as well.
I'm very interested to see what you make of Mikey Cohen.
Right.
Very interested.
Yeah.
He's coming on to bowl from the racecourse. And
Never seen him before.
Left arm, quick, but erratic.
Yeah.
But quick.
Not the biggest,
No.
is he? So it's obviously it'll come from rhythm and the shoulders, I suppose. But anyway, left arm over, like Lewis Rees. Slightly angled run, wearing number 8, moves away from us now. That's umpire Baldwin bowls, and that one is short of length outside off stump. No ball to start with, called by umpire Baldwin, and it climbed and then died, really, on the way through to Harvey Hussain. He might have gone back, I don't know, possibly a little bit further than he needed to, but as a keeper you tend to have a clear idea of how far back you go for each bowler, but obviously it depends on different circumstances and pitches. But Hussain, having gauged the pace of the other bowlers that he's used to, will have made that calculation for Cohen, who turns again now. 64 for 3 as he moves in, gets close to the stumps and bowls, as you said, with some real pace, but wayward down the leg side, that one, and passing D'Oliveira sort of hip height, and then Harvey Hussain moving further to his left as it slanted away further. But a little bit of shape maybe for the left armour. It's one of those things, isn't it, as a batsman? You get somebody who bowls some good ones but some bad ones, and it's all a bit of a mixture. It can really be quite difficult to bat against. Here's Cohen in again, bowls, and that one is on leg stump and just flicked by D'Oliveira down to long leg for a single. He goes to 267 for 3 the total. And what I mean by that is if a bowler's nagging and he's accurate, you do at least get into a bit of a rhythm as a batsman, knowing more or less where the ball's going to be. But if somebody bowls you one wide on the offside, one wide on the leg side, one in the block hole, one, and then throws in an absolute jaffer, it can really do you, because you're just not kind of tuned into it. And that's how the old sort of golden arm bowler tends to get their wickets. Here's Cohen in, bowls. And that, I mean, that's it. That's a real beauty. That's slanted across the right-hander, beats the outside edge. And then after it passed the stumps, it went back in towards Harvey Hussain. So he's obviously got some sort of, good strong wrist behind that ball to get that sort of movement after it's gone past. If you can just get that movement a little bit early, still late, but a little bit earlier, then he could pose real problems.
I like him, I must admit. I do like him. I think he's
strong
again,
shoulders,
and something different again.
Yeah.
A lot quicker than Lewis Reese.
Comes in again now. And he's in, he bowls, and that one is just short of a length outside, off stump and pushed out on the offside by Tom Fell. Big innings now, I think, for Tom Fell. The man in, if you like, the only one really who's got properly in. Don't want to put too much pressure on him. And 30 is a danger area for Tom Fell, but he's got in, and it's his day. He's the one that needs to go on today. Libby, Mitchell and Roderick, the men out. Cohen is in once more. Bowls and down the leg side again, and that's nicely played by Tom Fell. Really beautifully timed off his hip. It was a free hit really. It's drifting into his hip, but timed it really nicely. And that's gone down to the deep backward square leg boundary. For 4, Tom Fell moves to 40, 71 for 3. And he's, like I say, it's there are times as a top order batsman, I think, where they have to say to themselves, well, he's not got any, I've got in, I'm the man today, I'm the one that's got to take that responsibility and stick around. Here's Cohen in again. Bowls across Fell, and he lets this one go outside the off stump. End of a curate's egg of an over from Mikey Cohen. 71 for 3. D'Oliveira 2. Fell 40.
The thing about Cohen is he is quick, he is slightly erratic, but he'll only be 23. Excuse me, 23 in August. So he's still learning his trade, effectively.
Absolutely.
He got 50 first-class wickets in South Africa before coming over. Had a little go at Nottinghamshire the summer before last, but they didn't pick up an option on him. He has had 1 or 2 injuries in his career, and could be a very useful pickup. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to come on from the City end, replacing Matt Critchley after he picked up a wicket in his previous over. They obviously think D'Oliveira.
Billy got it twice. He's done that in his innings. Now you get a wicket, off you go, sir.
Yeah. Very much a disincentive, isn't it?
Interesting.
Picking up a wicket.
Interesting captaincy.
He knows what he's doing, I'm sure.
Sure.
I have no idea what he's doing, but he knows what he's doing. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice then to D'Oliveira. Bowls outside the off stump through to Harvey Hussain. And Matt Critchley, interestingly, has now moved in to the slip cordon, having not been in the slip cordon for much of the day. I'm not sure whether Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy will necessarily. I think that's a good idea, because he's already up to his larking about tricks. It's Matt Critchley. It's brilliant to watch. He can't keep still. Here's Hudson-Prentice. That one is turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. Aitchison is now fielding there, picks up, throws it to Hussain. Single takes D'Oliveira to 3, 72 for 3.
Well, there are all sorts of games and little stories that go on in the slip. Well, games that are played in the slips. I think we've had this conversation before when I've been doing commentary about things that players get up to in the slips, little quizzes and little games that they play, and it's just that ability to switch that off and focus when the bowler starts his run up.
He's in now. Hudson-Prentice outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. Critchley throws it to Dahl with his left hand or left arm. Yes. Now, if I was in a quiz, which of those slip fielders would I want in my side? I think probably Wayne Madsen. Yes, yeah. And then it would be close.
Yeah.
It really would be close between Lias Deploy and Matt Critchley, I think. Harvey would sneak in ahead of both of them, as this one is pushed back to Hudson Prentice, who feels it's follow through.
The ultimate slip game is the one they call Russian roulette. Have you heard about that one, Dave?
No.
I mean, it's hard to believe, but I am 100% reliably informed that there are times when it was done. Whether it's still done or not, I don't know. But certainly back in the 80s and 90s in the Worcestershire team, and they say to me that they were not alone. And Russian roulette is only played when the game is very dull.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and Fell clips this very nicely to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. He moves to 44, 76 for 3.
It's only played when the game is very dull, drifting along, not much on it, probably a draw, it's just going through. But it's where the slips take it in turns to close their eyes during the delivery. So a bowler runs up and you close your eyes, and you're not allowed to open them again until the ball has gone.
Wow.
And then first slip does it, then second, then third, and then round.
I'm rather hoping that Derbyshire is concentrating.
Imagine how
You'd be thrilled as a bowler.
Exciting that is if you're a slip fielder.
Dear, oh dear. Hudson Prentice is in again. This is left alone by Fell outside the off stump. Goes through to Hussain. He just flexes his left knee a bit there. Hudson Prentice. End of the over. 76 for 3. D'Oliveira 3. Fell 44. Mikey Cohen to continue, of course. Only bowled the 1 over so far for 7 runs.
So there'll be a few Worcestershire players of that my generation who are now thinking, for goodness sake, don't tell any more of our secrets. But they did used to do it, and I think Ian Botham may have been instrumental in introducing that game at New Road. But certainly it was done, and I think Steve Rhodes, the keeper, was the one who was called an end to it and said, right, you can open them now, or the ball hit his gloves or whatever. And of course, you only have their word for the fact that they kept their eyes shut.
Yes.
But, a thrilling game, I'm sure. 76 for 3 as Cohen comes in again and bowls down the leg side. Good pace, but very wayward. Fell away a little bit in his action on that one. And away down the leg side, taken by Hussain. End of the over. End of the over, not the end of the over. First ball.
Beginning of the over. He's all hustle and bustle, isn't he?
Yeah.
Cohen, as he walks back to his mark, marches back.
And when he bowls one and it hasn't gone where he wanted, you can see he wants to get back and do the next one straight away to put it right, doesn't he?
When you see him bat in the second innings, we didn't see much of him in the first innings, but he walks miles when he's out there.
Anyway, here he is. Starts with a few walking steps and then builds up into quite a good head of steam as he bowls, and it's down the leg side, and he's got him. I think he strangled him down the leg side. No, off the hip. D'Oliveira not walking. I think he thought he'd got him. It would have been the ultimate strangle because it wasn't a good delivery. Pitched outside leg, climbed up, and we can only assume took D'Oliveira on the thigh pad, and then a diving, tumbling Harvey Hussain taking it down the leg side. But umpire Baldwin not interested at all. 76 for 3. So yeah, he is a work in progress, you could say, Mikey Cohen. But certainly got something about him. He gets in close, doesn't he? Gets in pretty close for a left armer. Almost delivers the ball from right in front of the umpire, really. And there he is, and he bowls, and that's quite a good one, and swings in, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the leg side. Yeah, he gets right. He's almost delivering that from, in front of the umpire's head.
Well, he comes in on a slight angle, doesn't he? And continues running on that angle after he gets past the umpire. So yeah, I mean,
you'd imagine he might have running on the wicket problems if he's not careful, but he doesn't seem to have a difficulty with that. Interesting. It's always good to see somebody you haven't seen before and have a little look at what they've got to offer. 76 for 3. Here he is again, Mikey Cohen. He's in, he bowls, and this one banged in just short of length. D'Oliveira on his toes, pushes down on the onside. Earlier today, if you're just joining us, Derbyshire resumed at their overnight 360 for 8. They lost their last 2 wickets in adding 30 runs this morning. It took about an hour. Ed Barnard picked up both of those wickets to finish with 4 for 67. Harvey Hussain was left 83 not out. Cohen in again now from the racecourse end to D'Oliveira. Bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the onside again, no run. And then Worcestershire began their reply in almost the worst possible way, with Darryl Mitchell getting a single off the first ball of the innings, and Jake Libby, the marathon man who batted for days and days last week at Chelmsford, was out first ball LBW to Sam Connors. And then Mitchell also out before lunch, bowled by a beauty from Hudson Prentice. He was out for 9. It was 22 for 2 at the break. 68 for 3 when Gareth Roderick was caught and bowled by Matt Critchley for 12. Cohen in, bowls, good delivery that one. Left alone outside off and then swung and was taken by Hussain moving away. So it ended up behind the stumps. But the important point is that as it passed them, it was outside the off stump, so it was a good leave. So, end of the over this time. D'Oliveira is on 3, Fell is on 44, and Worcestershire are 76 for 3 after 33 overs.
He looks like the kind of bowler who needs to get into a bit of rhythm as well to me, Mikey Cohen. So hopefully that last over, which was 1 or 2 more deliveries that posed problems, will stand him in good stead moving forward here this afternoon at the Incora County Ground. 76 for 3. Fell 44, D'Oliveira 3. Fell on strike. Conference going on between Finn Hudson Prentice, Billy Godleman and Lewis Rees. And now we've got Matt Critchley coming down to third man.
64 for 7 now, Middlesex. He's got 6. Mohammed Amas. 64 for 7.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. There might be a shot at the stumps from Connors. There isn't, because the batsman scampered through fairly comfortably in the end for a sigler. Now Matt Critchley comes back from being at third man to go into third slip. 77 for 3. Fell 45. In fact, it's 78 for 3 because D'Oliveira. Oh, that was Fell. D'Oliveira's on 3, 45 to Fell. 77 for 3. I was right the first time. Courage of your convictions, Fletcher. Courage of your convictions. In comes Hudson Prentice and bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes this up to mid-on. Very much a concentration thing, or lack thereof. Still early season for me.
You'll get your rhythm. You'll get
by about September. And then it'll all be over for another year. Great to have started in April, although it is a bit chilly. August last year, of course. Just a 2-month campaign. This is the full bifter, as this one is pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira. Fielded by Sam Connors. Full T20. Full 50-over competition, of which Derbyshire have an extra home game because Trent Bridge is being used for something else. So the home game Nottinghamshire will play against Derbyshire will be here. Derbyshire used to that kind of thing, as this next delivery is outside the off stump from Hudson Prentice and goes through to the keeper. Of course, didn't play at home at all last season. Derbyshire, 575 days between competitive matches on this ground. It's almost ludicrous, really. But they did it for the greater good, and that is to be applauded, of course. I'm not sure whether if Derbyshire had played everybody home and away and every game had been away from home, it would have been quite as good as Hudson Prentice bowls. It's driven by D'Oliveira into the offside. Dahl Connors, I beg his pardon, down to his right hand side. Dahl's at point, Connors at cover. Does the fielding, and there's no run. It was worse last season. I say worse. I know I was inside cricket ground and it was great, but it was worse to play T20 matches twice at most grounds. As Hudson Prentice bowls and it's guided to Dahl at backward point. There is no run. End of the over. 77 for 3. 3 to D'Oliveira. 45 to Fell. And we are 16 overs away from tea, so about another hour until the tea interval.
Scores elsewhere. Essex 96 all out, Durham 259 all out, Essex 45 for 2 in response, so Essex 118 behind with 8 wickets left. Notts against Warwickshire, Notts 273, Warwickshire 166 for 5, so that's fairly even, I suppose. Hampshire and Middlesex, as we said, not so even. Hampshire 319, Middlesex 64 for 7, and at Taunton, Somerset, Gloucestershire, Somerset 312, Gloucestershire 150 for 4. At the Oval, Surrey are 21 without a loss in reply to Leicestershire's excellent 375. And Sussex on top against Glamorgan. I'll just break off as Mikey Cohen comes in to start a new over. He bowls, and this one is outside off stump and fell on the back foot, pushes out to Dahl in the covers, and there's no run. Surrey, as I say, 25 for no wicket against Leicestershire after Leicestershire got 375. Glamorgan 285, Sussex 279 for 5. So they're almost level with Glamorgan with 5 wickets remaining. And Kent, having bowled Yorkshire out for 379, are 132 for 5. Here's Cohen again. Comes in to bowl to Fell. He bowls and beats him with a good one that just slanted across him. Didn't appear to go sideways off the seam. I think just beat him with the angle across him, and that goes through to the keeper. 77 for 3. And finally, in the other scores, Lancashire against Northants. Lancashire 305 all out. Northants in a little bit of trouble. 74 for 6. So Lancashire well on top in that one. And in international T20, South Africa got 122 for 7 against Pakistan off 15.5 overs. So you're up to date with cricket elsewhere, and here's Cohen at Derby down the leg side. This one flicks the pad at Fell and looked as though it was going to go racing down for 4-leg byes, but a good tumbling stop by Harvey is saying. Say stop, he didn't gather it, but he got enough glove on it to stop it dead, and therefore they were not able to take any runs. It didn't run down to the boundary, and the score stays at 77 for 3. And it is one of those periods where Worcestershire just need to dig in and get through to 100 maybe. First target, maybe T then. Cohen again, in bowls. Fell taken on the pad. Looked to work it away on the onside. Bit of a swing inside. I think an inside edge, I think, which would explain the strangled appeal. That's the Fell dismissal that I was trying to describe this morning, where the head goes over a little bit and he plays round that front pad a little bit, and it's one that I know he's been working really hard on trying to eliminate, and I think he just got a bat on that just enough, which the appeal was, it was strangled, wasn't it? It was, It was one of those where they thought, here we go, and then, oh no, he's got a nick. Here's Cohen in again, bowls, and that did swing, but it swung very early from his hand, and Fell was able to see it and line it up, and he's just driven it. It was a hot volley. He's driven it through the covers for 4. Cohen's annoyed with himself, kicks at their foot marks as he walks back, just trying to get it up there, just let it go a little bit too far up, and it swung, but as I say, early swing, and quite an easy one for Tom Fell, who moves to 49. Nice shot. He's played some very, very good shots since lunch. Fell 2 or 3 off his legs in particular, in amongst 1 or 2 less certain ones, but he's on 49 now, and it's 81 for 3. And Cohen, disappointed, turns down below us now and fixes the ball in his bowling hand, gets the seam where he wants it, gets his fingers where he wants them, and runs in away now and bowls, and that one's angled straight across, Fell wide, didn't swing, left alone, taken by the keeper. End of the over, and 81 for 3. Time for me to go and do an update.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, the news just about to start on Radio Derby FM as well, so Hereford and Worcester listeners will be updated next door. Frank will return. We still have I can't work that out. 15 overs before tea. As I say, it will be around about 4 o'clock, as it was yesterday. So it looks like we're in for the 6:45 finish. 36 overs after tea, because of course tomorrow from 10 to 2 till 10 past 4 there will be no cricket anywhere in the county championship as the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh takes place. This is the first ball of a new over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and it's pushed up to mid-on by D'Oliveira, and there's no run. The lead is 309 as things stand. Hudson-Prentice on his way in again from the city end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who guides this very nicely down towards a pretty square third man. Dahl gives chase, and if he can't catch it, nobody will catch it. He can't. 4 runs to D'Oliveira, who moves on to 7. And Worcestershire to 85 for 3. As a result of that boundary, Matt Critchley will now field at third man. Lewis Rees just wheeling his arms around and flexing his neck as Hudson-Prentice is in again. That's left alone by D'Oliveira. Goes through to Harvey Hussain. There's no run. Prolonged applause from Mikey Cohen, fielding down at fine leg away to our left-hand side. 85 for 3. Hudson-Prentice on his way in again, and that comes off a bit of a leading edge up towards mid-off from D'Oliveira. Godalming does the fielding and throws the ball to the bare-headed Rees. Sam Connors and Billy Godalming deep in conversation. Connors with his hands firmly thrust into his pockets with those hand warmers. Update coming up. Worcestershire are 85 for 3 in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 390 all out. One man out since you were last with us, Gareth Roderick, caught and bowled by Matt Critchley, the leg spinner, for just 12 with the score on 63. Brett D'Oliveira's got 7. Tom Fell is 1 away from a half century, and Worcestershire, who trail by 305, are 85 for 3. The latest delivery was a dot ball. Played out into the offside, no run, obviously, because it was a dot ball. Prentice is on his way in again, and that one just ties D'Oliveira up a little bit as he tries to turn it into the leg side. It just loops into the air and drops at his feet. Aitchison comes in to do the fielding. The over comes to an end, 85 for 3, and it's hand sanitisation time, everybody, as the players get a little squirt. So I will do the same. Can't make that noise that Frank's hands make, though. Just not possible for a normal human being. Middlesex are 75 for 8 now against Hampshire. Come on, Mohammed. Who's got the latest wicket to fall? Well, he's not on anymore. The latest wicket to fall has gone to Brad Wheel. 2.1 overs, 1 for 8 to Wheel. Abbas taking a well-earned break at the moment by the looks of it. His figures 11 over 6 maiden, 6 for 11. It's mad, absolutely mad. Mikey Cohen to continue then from the race course end after that brief hand sanitisation break. 2 slips in place for Cohen. There's a man down at quite a fine third man. There's a fine leg as well. Man out on the square leg boundary. Critchley. As Cohen is in. And that one is an absolute belter. Beats Fell, who's on 49. All ends up. He had a little go at it, little nibble. Didn't take the edge. And it flew through to Harvey Hussain. He's getting into his stride here, Cohen, which is good to see. From a Derbyshire perspective, of course. Derek Allen's been in touch. A very good afternoon, Derek. Good to hear from you again. my friend. He says he's popping in for half an hour, catching up with his second favourite team. I know he's a big Durham fan. As Cohen is in again and bowls, and that one is pushed back to the bowler by Fell, and there's no run. He says he's catching up with his second favourite team and where he ended the tour and live gigs a year ago. He's writing a diary of a cricket season book this year about his life with cricket. That'll be well worth a read. And hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Derek at some point, or I will, at some point over the course of the season. Had a couple of brief conversations with him through the winter. He's a good man and a big Durham fan, I know. In comes Cohen and bowls, and that was clipped very nicely for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. A little over-pitched from Cohen, and that's a half-century for Tom Fell. He's got to go on now, of course, but this is the first post on his road to a big score. 114 deliveries, and that was his 10th for 53 not out. Worcestershire move on to 89 for 3.
That's exactly the area that I was trying to describe as being Tom Fell's strong area, straight through that gap.
Cohen sets off again, and this time Fell leaves it alone as it's outside the off stump and through to Harvey Hussain. It was a nice shot to get to 50.
Yeah.
I mean, he was helped by it. It was overpitched.
It was right in the slot.
Yeah, overpitched, and he just clipped it away.
Yeah.
And with the pace that Cohen puts on the ball, it usually comes off the bat at a similar kind of pace, and it raced away.
Yeah, meat and drink, really, that, isn't it? To a professional batsman, I think it's when you start out in the game, not an easy area to access, but anything that drifts into those pads, liable to go.
Waits now, it's a short delivery, and it's pulled into the leg side without real conviction. He's going to get 4 runs for it. It wasn't too far away from Finn Hudson-Prentice. It does cross the boundary rope, though, but it was a bit of a loopy pull shot. And he might have just got away with one there, Fell. He moves on to 57, 93 for 3 now, Worcestershire. Cohen will chalk that one into the moral victory column. The fictitious moral victory column, of course. I'd be surprised if this one wasn't a bit short as well. As Cohen sets off. Relatively short run up. He's in and bowls, and it's a decent length, and it's pushed out into the offside square. Fielded by Anuj Dal. And there's no run. It completes the over. 93 for 3. D'Oliveira has 7. Fell has 57. And all that means that Worcestershire trail by 297.
Good maths.
No, computer. Says it in front of me.
So the men out then in this Worcestershire innings. Jake Libby out to his first ball, the second ball of the innings. LBW to Sam Connors for naught. Mitchell before lunch bowled by a beauty from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he was out for 9. That was 22 for 2, and at the break it was 25 for 2. Since then we've seen Gareth Roderick dismissed, caught and bowled by Matt Critchley for 12. But we've also seen Tom Fell reach 50. 10 boundaries in that, 114 balls. He's on 57 now. And D'Oliveira is on 7, 93 for 3. As Ben Aitchison comes in from the City end and bowls the first ball of his new spell to D'Oliveira, who steers it down to third man and picks up a single to take him to 8. And the total to 94 for 3. Aitchison. Yeah, sorry.
No, if you can have too many options, because he's bringing the changes quite regularly, isn't he? Here, Hudson-Prentice's last spell was just 3 overs for 10 from the City end. Some bowlers like to get into a rhythm, don't they?
Yeah. I suppose you can have too many options at times. In comes Aitchison again. Bowls down the leg side. This one taken by Hussain Fell having sort of fallen inside it. Yeah, I mean, you're right. If you only bowl your bowlers in 3 and 4 over spells, they might struggle to get into a rhythm. And I don't think anybody's bowled any longer spell than about 4 overs in this whole innings.
No. Lewis Reese looks like he's warming up again. Certainly stretching various parts of his anatomy around.
Yeah, well, he's had a spell of 4 and a spell of 3, hasn't he? Bowled 4 in his first spell. Here's Aitchison anyway. He's in. He bowls outside the off stump, short, bit wide, left alone by Fell. He's in only his 3rd over, Aitchison. But yeah, I mean, some bowlers thrive on long spells, don't they? And some bowlers, you know, you can hardly get the ball off them. But I suppose if you look at this Derby, I mean, I haven't seen them obviously before this lineup at all. Really, I've seen a couple of them bowl before. Is Aitchison again bowls and Fell is forward, back to the bowler no run. But it's almost as though at this stage there isn't a senior bowler.
No, well, there isn't.
Well,
Lewis Reese is the senior bowler.
But in terms of experience and wickets, and that's kind of Billy Godleman's problem, really.
Yeah.
He's working to find out who the senior bowler is, really.
And when Stanlake arrives and he is the senior bowler, he's only played a handful of red ball games.
Here's Aitchison again. Bowls, and that's a beauty. That's a real good one. Did he play? Did he drop his hands? I don't know, but it was a good one. It climbed outside the off stump and went through to Hussain. Felt signals that he'd like some new gloves. And that was a good delivery from Aitchison and produced an excited cry. But yeah, I suppose the other thing I'm trying to get at is that Billy Godleman, with this group of bowlers, hasn't established a pattern of working with them. Where, you know, you often get these two get 6 overs and then I bring him on, and he's still looking to find that, I think. So it's an interesting phase in the growth of the team, really. As Aitchison bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Fell, taken by Hussain. End of a wayward over, but one that contained one really good delivery. 94 for 3.
I'm going to see a change. Mikey Cohen's spell is going to come to an end at 4 overs for 19. One maiden in there, and Lewis Reese is going to return. He's going to return, though, from the racecourse end. He bowled all his previous overs from the city end. And he'll have what breeze there is from the flag that's flying at half-mast at the right-hand end of the members' pavilion, aiding his in-swinger. But it's not a particularly strong breeze, I think it's fair to say.
Be interested to hear from Worcestershire supporters this afternoon on how they think it's going. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or at Fletch Sport for the Derbyshire fans, and just tell us what you think. I've been pleased by Tom Fell's performance so far, I must say. Been impressed by him today, and Derbyshire, what do you think about your bowling options? Do get in touch.
This bowls, it's pushed into the offside by D'Oliveira, and there's no run. Just a couple of slips now for Lewis Reese. I'd say they've gone ultra defensive, but certainly not as attacking as they were first up, which obviously happens. Plenty of support for Lewis Reese, who's in again now, and this one again is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I've just been urged by a listener to take a look at the the second 11 scorecard, and Alex Hughes has got a double century for the seconds. He's 213, which might just put a bit of pressure on Anuj Dal. In goes Reese again, and ball's edged, and did it not carry to first slip?
Didn't carry.
So Leas deployed, diving down to his left-hand side, pulled off a good stop in that case.
Yeah, he's too good for second tier cricket, isn't he, Alex Hughes?
He's had a tough time with in red ball cricket recently. The last couple, this season and last season certainly. He's put on an apologies unless somebody from the club can tell me, young Broad's first name. He's on 101. There was a century as well from Tom Wood earlier in the innings. It's a good fight back by the seconds. This next delivery from Reese is pushed up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Mikey Cohen. They were bowled out for 232 in their first innings, Derbyshire, in reply to Northamptonshire's enormous 525 for 4. Second time around, Derbyshire are 494 for 2.
Where are they playing?
At Wantage Road. It's Justin Broad, I'm told, from
at Wantage Road, right.
From the back. Thank you very much, Dan. Dan Wheeldon, who should know these things because he's Director of Cricket Operations, probably filled out the contract. In comes Reese again, and this one's driven up to Mikey Cohen. Justin Broad, 103. 214 for Alex Hughes, and just for the sake of completeness, yeah, it is being played out the county ground in Northampton.
Yeah.
Tom Wood,
I was going to say it must be a good pitch.
138, yeah.
And for if it was a club ground at this stage, to get that many runs on a club pitch would be pretty remarkable.
Yes, Black Rod will do well to get that many runs in an entire season in the Bolton League. In comes Lewis Reese, and that one goes straight through to Harvey Hussain. 94 for 3, D'Oliveira 8, Fell 57.
This will puzzle you. Bit of a. Is it? Right. Yeah. Gosh. More from Dan Williams. He's listening to everything we said.
Yeah, he's bugging us. I think it's good that people are listening to everything we say. I think that's
I was going to say it was about Wantage Road, about grounds. I was going to say commentators thing. I mean, I haven't been on every county ground in the country. Been on a good chunk of them, and out grounds. But I'm a bit of a, as you can tell, a bit of a traditionalist and old-fashioned, and I love Wantage Road. I know a commentary position isn't great, but I just love the dare I say it, the sort of working class nature, the red brick houses around the ground, and the sort of oasis that opens up in that little part of Northampton. I just really enjoy. I like Andrew Radd's company as well, of course, so that helps. But I really enjoy going to Wantage Road. Here's Aitchison again outside the off stump. This one to Fell, left alone. Taken by Harvey Saint. I love Old Trafford. I love the old,
Now you see,
I like the old grounds, the grounds that have got character.
I've got a slight problem with the test grounds,
right?
In that you're so remote, you're so far away from the act. Whereas here we feel like you're on top of it, don't we? It's the same at Wantage Road. It's the same at New Road.
Yeah. Aitchison again. He's in bowls. A fellow who drives up to mid on. Yeah, some people say that this is an unattractive ground, and we've seen it over the years change. The squares moved around and so on, but it's cricket roots, isn't it? It's just old county grounds. I just love really, and all of them, I suppose, but in particular, Wantage Road, this one, New Road, obviously. I don't think any Worcestershire fan will tell you they don't like New Road. Ben Aitchison comes in again, bowls to, fell short and banged away, pulled away nicely through mid-wicket for 4. Strength of Fells, he's onto that, and he moves to 61 and the total to 98 for 3. Yeah, the test grounds, I grew up as a Warwickshire schoolboy, and I've played quite a few times at Edgbaston over the years and commentated there and watched there just as an ordinary spectator. Brilliant when it's full. Fantastic for a test match, one-day international, but a bit soulless when it's empty, I think, Edgbaston, and quite a few test grounds are like that. But I like. Obviously, Scarborough is always a favourite. I like some of the out grounds, but it's just, I don't know, it's character you seek, isn't it? Egbert, I like Liverpool.
Yes,
like
we were there last season. Yeah, great ground.
Ben Aitchison in again, bowls to, fell outside the off stump, left alone. And taken by Hussain.
Well, great might be over-egging it, but good ground.
Yeah. Tell us, get in touch, everybody. Tell us what your favourite grounds are, for whatever reason.
That's very close to what's your favourite biscuit on BBC Local Radio. But
except there aren't that many, are there, really? But
I don't know. Gary Baldy's are nice. Oh, you cricket grounds. Sorry, cricket grounds. Yes. I'm indebted to Darren Smith, who's obviously listening somewhere in the Players' Pavilion, which is a little concerning. Justin Broad, part of the MCC Young Cricketers, South African born. Centurion for the
Aitchison
seconds.
again bowls, Fuller, and Fell just jams the bat down on this one, steers it out behind square on the offside. Anadol does the fielding. No run. Oh, they're listening in the pavilion. That's a worry, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's a huge concern. A huge concern. Anyway, I think everything's great, and
yeah, they're playing really
well. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
both teams,
got no complaints at all.
Absolutely wonderful pitch. Umpires have been perfect. Aitchison bowls outside the off stump, taken by Hussain. End of the over. Again, just a little wayward with his line, to be honest. Fell 61, Derbyshire 8. The men out. Libby without scoring. Mitchell 9. Roderick 12. Worcestershire in reply to Derbyshire's 390 and 98 for 3.
Well, the good thing is the ground staff probably aren't listening, so we might get away with criticising the pitch, but there's any need to.
I think it's good, actually. Yeah,
yes, so
good
do I.
pitch,
So
yeah.
do I. Yeah. They do a very good job here, and as I say, this time of year, I always love squares at this time of year. But good news is that Darren isn't in the pavilion.
No, isn't he?
No, so we got away with one. We're all right.
I think I've got a couple of. I might have a couple of grounds coming through here. I don't know. My phone just pinged.
Lewis Rees begins a new over, and that one is pushed into the offside by.
Ah, well, here's a posh one. Johnny Blaine. I know he's a Spurs fan. Favourite ground is Radlett because it's a mile up the road. A bit posh, isn't it? Radlett, I think.
You must have been to Chesterfield.
John Carr used to play there. But he says he
McCarthy.
can't beat a full house at Lord's. I agree with that. Wonderful place. Empty Lord's is fantastic for
Yeah,
me.
it is.
And of course, New Road, but rarely get a chance to be there. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I got one from Johnny Wilson asking about Gavin Haynes being left out. Interesting.
Rees bowls pushed into the offside, and Critchley does the fielding. Oliveira remains on 8.
Slightly confused as to why Worcestershire have left out their one promising young batsman in Haynes. Looked very comfortable and consistent whenever he played last season. Well, I think the truth is it was probably between Haynes and Fell for these first couple of games. They wanted to play Roderick, the new signing, and they felt that Fell maybe was just a better bet. I bet it was a close run thing. I don't know exactly what the circumstances are, but his time will come.
Rees in again, wide of the off stump this time. Oliveira allows it to go through. David McArdle does say, have you been to Chesterfield?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Fantastic ground. And actually, I'll tell you where else is really good, is JP Getty's ground at Wormsley,
Okay.
which is sort of, it's a replica of Lord's without the stands. So
Yeah.
they wanted the pitch to have exactly the same slope, and it's just magnificent. But it's a bit false. It's a bit artificial, if you know what I mean. But it is magnificent.
Next delivery is driven but off the toe end of the bat by Oliveira up to Billy Godleman at mid-off.
Just go back to Jack Haynes. I'm a big fan, and a lot of people know that. He's a boy I know very well and plays at the club that I'm involved with. And I know his dad, Gavin, obviously, he used to play for Worcestershire. He's a highly respected coach in Worcestershire and has had big influence on his son. And Jack's Worcestershire's best young prospect for sure, and it won't be long before he's in the side. He played some good innings last year. I think it's just an early season thing at this stage.
Rees bowls, and this one is pushed into the onside this time. Connors does the fielding.
And I'm fairly sure that he's pretty fed up that he's not in the side as well. But that's probably as it should be, isn't it, really? I always think that, and they say, oh, he's a bit fed up to be left out. Well, of course he is. You want to play, don't you? Whether you're a footballer or a cricketer or anything. You want to be in the side. Desperate to be in the side, I'm sure.
I'm indebted to Joe Shakic, who alerted me to the second 11 score. He's listening while he's working from home. This one is outside the off stump from Rees. That goes through to Harvey Hussain into the over. 98 for 3. Oliveira 8. Fell 61. Gary asks, do you think we need to bring in old pros while our young bowling, or is our doesn't make any sense, Gary? Come on, son, shape up. Are we worried when things get tough for bowlers, as then our bowling attack will have Stanlake?
I think the first part might be that he's just thinking that if you had an old pro might bolster it just a little bit.
I just think it's a stream of consciousness from Gary there, in all honesty, and he's been tweeting us all day. I'm not sure whether that warm beer in Mablethorpe's got to his head. He may have done. You never know. You never know. Yeah, I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying.
Ben Aitchison from the City end in towards us. Tall man, bowls over pitches, driven nicely by Fell, but a good tumbling stop by the captain at mid-off, Billy Godleman, and that prevents 4, because if that had gone past him, it would have raced away. 98 for 3. Nice sunny afternoon, a little bit warmer than yesterday, and fascinating cricket. I think this is it's a good contest. It's been a good contest since Worcestershire's innings began so disastrously. Aitchison again, elbows pumping, he's in, he bowls, and this one's a good delivery, which is edged by Fell, involuntary shot. Trying to play on the back foot, didn't really get in line, just got a shoulder of the bat and it raced down to third man for a single. He's fortunate to get away with that one, but he does get away with it, and he goes on to 62 and the total to 99 for 3.
I got Joe's name. I pronounced it correctly as well. I took a long run at
Good
it,
effort,
I have to say.
Good effort.
So I'm not going to attempt it again.
No, when you said it, I thought, I wonder if he's got that right. It was a good effort. Good effort.
No chance.
He's actually let you know you got it right.
Yes, yeah.
Excellent. Here comes Aitchison bowls, and that's nicely played by D'Oliveira. Timed that really well off the back foot, punched it behind square on the offside, but that man, Anaj Dahl, picked it up as if it was hardly moving at backward point.
But then Joe says, I'll leave you alone now. Don't do that, for goodness sake.
No.
We don't want anybody to leave us alone.
No, it keeps us going, a little bit of interaction. Tell us your favourite grounds. I'm at Frank Watson 58, at Fletch Sport is Dave's handle, and we're on Twitter. Aitchison is in again, bowls down the leg side, and that's a funny one. I think it's taken the pad. No, bye's given. It's gone, well, that's a really strange one, because it's gone down the leg side, and it's hit the boundary outside off stump, so it's kind of curled round. And it was just as I described earlier, those horrible ones that bounce in front of a keeper. Harvey Hussain sort of shrugging his shoulders as if to say, what could I have done about that? But it's 4 byes, it's the 100 up for Worcestershire, 103 for 3.
I think I've
an
just
odd one.
looked at it again there, and Harvey Hussain was anticipating a touch that would have taken it to his left down leg side, and it just never got anything.
So we went over too far. Aitchison bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. So yeah, favourite grounds. I bet there's a few. I mean, just got to rack the memory a bit. I bet there aren't many people that would list Wantage Road among their favourite grounds. But for me, it's just something about it, especially on a T20 night. It's great. I mean, the lights are on and the crowd sort of comes in from the city, and it's got a good feeling. Good feeling. Bristol's quite nice. And Taunton's nice. I really like Taunton. As Aitchison is in, bowls, D'Oliveira pushes out on the onside, and Hove, how can you forget Hove?
I've never been to Taunton, and we're
Yeah.
going there
Taunton's
this year
fantastic.
for a Royal London 50 over game, so I'm looking forward to that
lovely,
enormously.
lovely
enormously.
103 for 3, D'Oliveira 8, Fell 62. Great memories for me, of course, because I was commentating on Graham Hicks 405 there in 1988, so that was a wonderful occasion, and it's just a ground that's been developed beautifully, I think, as well. Taunton, very nice.
I like the look of those lights.
Yeah, it's a nice ground. It is a nice ground.
Greg Watts just alerting me as well to Alex Hughes' or Kevin the Teenager, as I call him. Yeah, you're right. I do call him Kevin the Teenager.
Do you? Yeah.
Well, he's got that
sort
of. Yeah, I've just been informed they'll be slightly late to me for the 3:30, which is absolutely fine.
I've got to go and do mine.
And Lewis Rees to continue from the racecourse end. He's going to be bowling to Fell. He's in now, and that one is defended back to Rees. And there's no run. Jonathan says New Road has to be his favourite ground, even after they built the hotel. Yes. Semi-amusing story about the hotel at New Road, in that we were booked into that in 2019. I had a room with a view of the ground. Beautiful. Didn't have to crawl into work until 5 to 11, as this one is outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, and they switched the game to Kidderminster. We did have the option of changing our hotel, but decided against it because Worcester is a decent night out. A very decent night out indeed. Not that that is anything to do with where we stay, you understand, but that's also the reason we don't stay in Chester Street, we stay in Durham. 103 for 3. As Fell waits and he drives this next delivery out into the offside. Good stop by Critchley, moving across to his right hand side and gathering it in with both hands. Difference between the sides now at 287. Fell has 62, D'Oliveira has 8, 103 for 3. And Rees is on his way in again. Left arm over the wicket, 2 slips in place, driven and just to the left of Anuj Dal off a thickish edge, and he picks up another single. Fell moves on to 63. Brett D'Oliveira on strike now. He's got 8. Pick up on the interaction again when Frank returns. As Rees is in, and this one is pushed out into the offside. Glorious sunshine, no run there here at the Incora County ground. Plenty of blue sky up above, so every chance we'll get the full 100 overs in today. It's warming up to the degree where some of the bowlers aren't even putting their big sweaters back on in between overs. Well, perhaps that's just in here. As the sun starts to creep around and we just have to shield our eyes a little bit. This one is outside the off stump from Rees and through to Harvey Hussain, end of the over. Worcestershire 104 for 3. D'Oliveira has 8, Fell has 63. Ben Aitchison to continue. John Brown, the scorer, has been doing a little bit of extra work so far in this innings. 14 different bowling spells and only one has been longer than 4 overs. That was the 5 by Sam Connors. Here's Ben Aitchison. This one is pushed up by Fell to mid-on. My thanks to John for that information. He has mixed things up, Billy Goldman, throughout the course of this innings so far. We're in the 44th over now. As Aitchison turns at the top of his mark in and bowls, and that one is a full-length delivery that's guided out square on the offside. Anuj Dal fielding near one of the old footmarks. Does the fielding, yeah, from John Brown. It's 14 different bowling spells, and I'm still waiting to do mine.
Interesting, that, isn't it?
It is.
We had, I mean, to be fair, it was something we'd noticed, but to see the stats like that,
See it in black and white.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Aitchison in again. Baldwin, there's an attempt to pull that one by Fell. It goes underneath his bat and through to Harvey Hussain. Perhaps took a bit of pace off that one, Aitchison, on its way through.
I'm not sure what I think about that. I think you've probably got to reserve judgment a little bit and see what happens.
Yeah. No,
14 bowling spells in 43 overs.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It does suggest that nobody's been allowed to settle.
But presumably, as Aitchison bowls, this one's left alone outside the off stump by Fell. Presumably, that the thought process from the Derbyshire skipper is that it doesn't allow the batsman to settle as well against one particular bowler. And they're bowled from different ends too, because we've seen Lewis Rees come back for his latest spell, which is just 3 overs old from the racecourse ground. Here's my update now. Aitchison is in and bowls, and it strikes the pad. Well, the man who should know, Steve. 104 for 3 Worcestershire in their first innings. That's in reply to Derbyshire's 390. Brett D'Oliveira has 805 for 3, in fact, and Tom Fell is on 63. Good innings from him, reached his 50 from 114 balls with his 10th 4. Derbyshire's lead is 285, so no real panic for wickets, but they could certainly do with picking up 1 or 2 more before the tea interval, which will come around in about 7 overs time. Derbyshire, having made it 390, have got Worcestershire at 105 for 3, and that was not out.
End of the over from Ben Aitchison. Quite a big shout. You probably heard it on our effects mic, but Tim Robinson, not interested on that occasion. Interesting looking at Brett D'Oliveira. You're saying he's on 8. He's faced 44 deliveries now, I think, for his 8. He's not necessarily a hugely rapid scorer, but he's usually quicker than that. He got off the mark sweetly with his first ball, if you remember. So it's the extent to which they've tied him down is quite significant, but it won't worry him because there's a long way to go in the game, and Tom Fell at the other end has been fairly fluent, although his 63 has taken 139 balls. Lewis Rees round the wicket now to the right-handed Fell. Bowls and Fell on the back foot, covering up, pushes out on the offside. The bowler does his own fielding. Lewis Rees, left arm round the wicket from the racecourse end. He's about 6 foot tall, quite broad-shouldered, no great pace, does swing the ball into the right-hander. Chief Polisher, look at that red patch on his shirt, as you pointed out earlier, Dave. He's the team polisher. They throw the ball to him to do the most work on it, and he bowls this one to Fell, and it is slanted into the right-hander, but he's well forward and plays that low, bends that front knee quite significantly and plays that out into the offside. It's fielded by Critchley in the covers. Matt Critchley, who's got the highest score in the game so far. Very good, 109 yesterday, his 4th first-class 100. Played really well right from the start of his innings. Here's Rees, left arm round the wicket, in again, bowls outside the off stump to Fell, who leans forward onto the front foot and then just lifts his bat well clear of that and allows it through to Harvey Hussain, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, who was left on 83 not out this morning when the final wicket went down. Derbyshire resuming 360 for 8 overnight, added 30 to their overnight score for the loss of those last 2 wickets, both of which fell to Ed Barnard, who finished with figures of 4 for 67. Rees in once more to Fell, bowls and Fell on the back foot again, very correctly, pushes up to mid-on, and no run. He stays on 63. The other bowler we saw for Worcestershire this morning, Alzari Joseph, who finished with figures of 2 for 108. He might feel a little bit hard done to in that he had a catch put down at slip this morning by Ricky Vessels, moving to his left low down. It wasn't a hard chance. It was sharp, but he put it down, and Joseph didn't add to his 2-wicket tally. Barnard, as I say, finished with 4. Pennington 1 for 69. Leach 2 for 69. And D'Oliveira 1 for 41 with the other wicket takers, and then Worcestershire's reply began disastrously when Jake Libby was out first ball, so that was 1 for 1 in the first over. Rees in once more, bowls to Fell, whipped away on the leg side, timed very nicely, down to fine leg. They've taken 1, good tumbling stop by Aitchison down there, but couldn't hold on to it, and they came back for 2, so that takes Fell to 65 and 107 for 3, the Worcestershire score. And at lunch, Worcestershire were 22 for 2. Darryl Mitchell out just before the interval, bowled by a Finn Hudson Prentice beauty, coming back into him and taking out his middle stump. He was out for 9, and the one man out in the afternoon session, Gareth Roderick, caught and bowled by the leg spinner Matt Critchley for 12. That was 63 for 3. So these two have batted pretty solidly since then, as Rees bowls again to Fell, who plays back to the bowler off the back foot, there's no run. Fell remains on 65, 107 for 3, so 44 these two have added so far for this 4th wicket. Fell the main contributor, and Billy Godleman continuing to rotate his bowlers in very, very short spells, but only the 1 wicket to go down so far this afternoon.
Ben Aitchison's 4-over spell is coming to an end because it's going to be Matt Critchley again from the City end. Martin Blackburn says Arundel, gloriously scenic but a turgid wicket.
Yeah.
I've never been, sadly.
Beautiful, yeah.
Sadly.
There's some nice grounds in Sussex. I mean, Arundel, we mentioned Hove, obviously. I saw my very, very first ever county game. I know exactly what year it was. It was such a long time ago.
1936.
1966 at Hastings, close, and the ground at Hastings is now a supermarket car park, sadly. But it was the 900th anniversary of the battle, which is why I think my mum chose to take us there on holiday that year.
Yeah.
And we stayed for 2 weeks. The year we won the World Cup, had to listen to the final in the car on the way home, having watched all the games on TV, and I watched 2 county games that week at Hastings.
Critchley into the attack, bowls to D'Oliveira, pushes it out to the offside.
Cricket week, Kent played Sussex and then Warwickshire played Sussex. And when Warwickshire played Sussex, and there I was, and got to know a few of the players that were young in that Warwickshire side in later years in league cricket.
Next delivery from Critchley, bit of footwork from D'Oliveira, dancing towards the.
But Eastbourne, another lovely ground. The Saffrons at Eastbourne is another very, very nice ground where Sussex used to play. I don't think they play there anymore. Used to play there quite a lot.
Just Arundel now, isn't it?
And Horsham they used to play as well.
Yeah. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside again, picked up by Sam Connors. There's another bout from Gary for Queen's Park in Chesterfield, and I'll throw Scarborough into the.
Yeah.
One of my first commentary gigs at Scarborough. This one is driven, but not very convincingly by D'Oliveira. It just goes backward a square on the offside, picked up by the left-handed Cohen and hurled back, and it's not Cohen, it's Liz Deploy. And they come back for a second. D'Oliveira moves into double figures. He's on 10, 109 for 3.
Speaking of Sussex, I'll tell you somebody who might have an idea of the best grounds down there and could certainly make comparisons with those and grounds like Queen's Park and so on.
Next delivery is launched down the ground. In fact, it didn't get as much height as I expected it to. A couple of bounces for 4 back past the bowler, Matt Critchley, by Brett D'Oliveira. Nice shot, used his feet well, moves to 14, 113 for 3.
And I'm thinking of none other than Chris Adams, who
yes, of course,
moved down there and played a big part in their successes, having been here, and still lives down there.
Yeah.
And his daughter Georgia is I think she's one of the leading young female cricketers around now, and Chris would have played on all those grounds, I should think.
Well, we bumped into Grizzly last time we were down there, as this one is driven wide on the offside, and 4 more runs to Brett D'Oliveira. Got past Anuj Dal, and once it got past Dal, it was going to race to the boundary. So back-to-back 4s to end that over from Matt Critchley. D'Oliveira's raced on to 18 now, and 117 for 3.
Yeah, he'd had enough, hadn't he, D'Oliveira? Yeah. He got that one away and came back for 2 when he might have only taken 1, and he thought, I'm not putting up with this anymore, and he just pinged Critchley down the ground and then drove him through the covers. 2 good shots. He needed to just get going again a bit. Brett D'Oliveira got a bit becalmed, and I think that was a conscious effort. Another change. We're going to see Sam Connors come back into the attack at the racecourse end. 117 for 3, so it is just short spells all the time. What was that one for Reese? That was another 3 overs, I think.
So.
Yeah. So Connors, who for me has probably been the pick of the bowlers, I think I'd say actually. Yeah, comes in now to bowl to Fell. Bowled slightly short and hammered away by Fell off the back foot for 4. Hasn't timed it perfectly, but he's got plenty of it, and that's a gimme really, a freebie from Connors. Loosener, short and wide outside the off stump. Fell rocks back, drives off the back foot through the covers, moves to 69, 121 for 3. Yeah, I'd say Hudson Prentice, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18 is the other one that's probably been the most impressive. Reese has been tidy without being really threatening. Connors in once more to bowl to Fell. Bowls, that's better. Good delivery. He's got him, trapped him, coming back. Fell is disappointed. Pitch just short of length, nipped back on the back foot. Umpire Baldwin had a look at it. I suppose it was just a question of whether it might have done too much, but he's gone. Tom Fell, 69. Unfortunately for him, he has been dismissed LBW to Sam Connors in exactly the same way as he dismissed Jake Libby, and a big wicket for Derbyshire at this point. So the 50 partnership is over, and Tom Fell is on his way. LBW to Connors for 69. He faced 147 balls, I think.
Yeah.
And he hit 13 fours. It was a good innings, but he'll be very disappointed that he hasn't been able to go on and make it into a really big one, I'm afraid. And from Worcestershire's point of view, now it's up to Brett Oliveira to dig in. Ricky Vessels will be the new batsman, and if he bats for an hour, he'll score 30.
Oh, yeah. Well,
he will not hang around. It's the way he plays in whatever circumstances.
Yes,
and
put Derbyshire to the sword a few times in my time here.
He might get out cheaply, but he can change the mood of a game quite quickly, I think. And he did exactly that at Chelmsford last week when he came in. Worcestershire were in real trouble, and he made 50 quite quickly. Sorry, shouldn't do it ever.
Shocking.
It is appalling. No, it is. I hate it. Hate it.
It happens from time to time.
He made a quick 50 and turned things around, and it's just the way he plays. It's frustrating if he gets out playing shots in a tight situation, but equally, when it comes off, it can be exhilarating. Taking guard now, Ricky Vessels. Connors.
Sam Connors has impressed my son. Takes a lot to do this. Just sent me a message
there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sam Connors this season has looked a very decent. I mean, he's still a prospect.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, he's learning the game, but he's been decent today, I think. Comes in now to bowl to Vessels. Bowls, and Vessels hit on the pad as he tries to work this one away on the leg side. There are so many little things about county cricket that I find interesting. So, talking about Connors, first ball, bit of a loosener, wide, smash for 4, comes back, gets a wicket. In comes Ricky Vessels. We talked about the way he plays, young bowler against a very experienced batsman, and you just look at Vessels' stance. He's not set up to block it. Look at his feet are spread. He looks aggressive even in his stance, I think. Connors is in, bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump as he tries to just steer that one away behind square on the offside. You can see which one of these two is a sort of relaxed, kind of seasoned pro, not worried about the situation. But it could, obviously that could work against him. He might not be as fired up or as switched on as he might need to be, but it's interesting what you can read from a player's body language. I think Ricky Vessels out there, he's not there to hang around, I don't think. Waits now as Connors moves in. Right arm over, bowls to him, and Vessels is off the mark with a forcing back foot shot through the covers for 4. Hit firmly, a little bit short of a length from Connors, bit like the first one, not quite as wide, but Vessels is away, and the total moves to 125 for 4. Shortly before tea. How many overs before tea?
36.
So with 3 after this.
Yeah, 3 away after this.
3 after this. Be about 4 o'clock then.
Very similar to yesterday, isn't it? I think we'll go on beyond 6:30 again.
Yeah.
I've got to be here at 6:45. It's half time in the football, so.
Right. So, Vessels oozing purpose, I would say, in the way that he approaches batting. And it's entertaining stuff as Connors comes in to bowl to him. He's in now, he bowls short, and Vessels swivels round, smashes this one away uppishly down to long leg. Fielded down there by Aitchison on the bounce, big bounce, bounces up into his hands. A little bit of excitement early on in case it had flown all the way down there. It was a single though in the end. End of the over for Connors. Successful. 9 runs off it, but also that big wicket of Tom Fell. 126 for 4. Oliveira 18. Vessels on 5.
Martin Blackburn, who suggested Arundel was one of his favourite grounds, has offered us a possible debate for the final session. I don't think I could whittle it down to 11 though. He says a good blokes 11 from present players. Steve Patterson as shoe-in as skipper, Pears, Charlie Morris and Ed Barnard are particularly decent chaps, and Jack Brooks is a commentator's pet on the circuit. I think you'll find that Jack Brooks is a very decent bloke as well, having come across him up at Yorkshire. Here is Critchley beginning a new over.
I don't think I know the players well enough to say it was a good blokes 11 really. Yeah, I think most of them are good blokes.
I'd give you the entire 11 that's out there for Derbyshire at the moment straight away. Is Critchley in again and bowls 2 Vessels, who this time defends it into the offside.
I also
forcing
think,
it.
I also think we've got to be very careful.
No.
Who we exclude from a good bloke.
No, you don't need to be careful, Frank. I do, obviously, but it's Critchley bowling and pushed into the offside. Again, it's Dahl who does the fielding. 3 successive deliveries from Critchley have been played by Vessels to Anuj Dahl, who's a thoroughly nice chap.
I think most cricketers are.
I completely agree. This next one is one that just skips on a bit.
Topper, I think.
Yeah, and Vessels has to slam his bat down pretty sharpish to keep it out. Turns around, has a conversation with Wayne Madsen. Those two will have come across each other on many occasions over the years. Critchley's in again and bowls, and it's pushed out to Dahl again. He throws it back to Hussain, who gives it to Madsen. And now it's back with Matt Critchley. Second over of this spell, so he's got 2 more. In again. And Vessels defends this out into the offside backward of square. Connors does the fielding and then tosses the ball to Anuj Dahl to give it a polish, because Connors is going to continue his spell. I say spell, it's only the second over of the spell. 126 for 4, Oliveira 18, Vessels 5. And we have 2 overs until the tea interval.
It's interesting watching Ricky Vessels. I find it. I've already said about how he uses purpose and so on. I just think I might be completely wrong about this. I have talked to him a few times, but he just seems so relaxed. Doesn't seem at all stressed by the game of cricket. In comes Connors and bowls to Oliveira, who plays a lovely shot, whips it off his toes for 4 behind square on the leg side. No nonsense, no need to run really. And he moves on to 22 and 130 for 4, the Worcestershire total. And I think if you're a young player making your way in the game, you're struggling, you're stressed, you want to do well. If you're a top player and you may be in the middle order, you probably have a little bit of bad form and you might be under pressure. But Ricky Vessels just seems to just turn up, smile, play the game. If it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, it doesn't. That's just the impression I get. Lovely way to be able to play professional sport. Here's Sam Connors in again, bowls to Oliveira outside the off stump. Left alone, climbs away outside the off stump, taken by Harvey Hussain. No run. But yeah, it must be nice to be able to be that relaxed.
Yes.
You win some, you lose some. When it's your day, it's your day. When it's not, it's not. And so be it. Oliveira waits. Bat raised. Connors moves in. Straight approach. He's in. He bowls. Full. Oliveira drives beautifully. He's come alive, Brett Oliveira, isn't he? He's just hit those 2 boundaries from Critchley. A 4 and a 2 so far in this over. They're nearly coming back for 3rd. Nearly a mix-up. Good job they didn't. He wouldn't have got halfway, I don't think. Ricky Vessels. Great bit of team fielding by Dahl. And
well, it was all Dahl in the end, because I thought he was going to lob the ball to Critchley, because he sort of almost caught up with him, but not quite, as you would expect. But he threw the ball in himself.
They got 2. Anyway.
Yeah.
24 to Oliveira now. 132 for 4. Connors in again. To Oliveira, bowls, more runs here. Could be 4, in fact, as he's timed that quite nicely away behind square. Diving Doll might have just taken enough off it to make it a 3, as Aitchison this time has to do the chasing all the way and flicks it back just inside the rope. Great throw back taken by Hussain almost over the bails. 3 more to D'Oliveira. He moves to 27 and the total to 135 for 4. This is Worcestershire's response to Derbyshire's 391 over left after this before the tea interval.
I don't think Critchley would be particularly pleased at having to chase that ball all the way to the boundary. He's going to bowl the final over before tea. He's got his hands on his knees at the moment. He's sucking them in, isn't
he? Will he bowl the final over? Or
well, he's only bowled 2 overs so far in this spell, so he's got some in hand, hasn't he?
In comes Connors to bowl to Ricky Vessels. Bowls short, and Vessels just steers this down behind square on the offside. Great diving stop again by Dahl. It's a pleasure to watch him field. It really is. Had to cover 4, 5, 6 yards of ground to his left before taking off and then making a goalkeeper style 2-handed save. And the batsman initially, I think when he hit that, both batsmen thought, oh, single there. And they quickly had to change their minds. Really good fielding from the Derbyshire man. 135 for 4 it remains. Connors in again to complete the over. Bowls to Vessels, who covers up and plays defensively. Back up the pitch to the bowler end of the over. 1 over left till tea. I'll shoot off and do an update for BBC Hereford Worcester's FM listeners into the news, and I'll leave you with Dave Fletcher with the news that Worcestershire are 135 for 4.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, 255, the Worcestershire deficit as things stand. I've gone deaf. Oh no, the heater's been switched off. I'm not sure that's been officially approved electrically by anybody recently. But Frank's determined to keep it there because he's feeling the cold, bless him. Critchley begins a new over. D'Oliveira pushes it out into the offside. Just got another email there. We'll probably go through the rest of the emails about grounds and any other correspondence post-tea session if you can all hang on. Don't stop sending them, but Critchley is in. Pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira. Vessels sets off for a single, but it wasn't there. So he's sent back by D'Oliveira. 4 balls until the tea interval now, as this next delivery is defended by D'Oliveira, who's clearly playing for tea now. 27 he's on from 56 deliveries now, 4 fours. They've all come fairly recently. 135 for 4 as Critchley's in again, and this has taken an edge, and Madsen's got him. D'Oliveira's gone on the stroke of tea. Catch by Wayne Madsen. Critchley's delighted. D'Oliveira goes, and that will almost certainly be tea with Worcestershire on 135 for 5. D'Oliveira caught Madsen, bowled Critchley for 27. And it is indeed tea. Good catch by Wayne Madsen. Sharp catch. Ball perhaps bounced a bit more than D'Oliveira had been expecting as he goes from 57 deliveries. 135 for 5 at tea. And Derbyshire, well, they have a lead of 255. The Extreme will be back with you post the tea session. In the meantime, go and get a cuppa and the leg side towards Hudson Prentice for a single. So he's off the mark. 136 for 5 at the completion of that over that started before tea. We now have 36 overs left in the day's play, and Finn Hudson Prentice is going to bowl from the racecourse end.
Finn Hudson Prentice, who so far has bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18. I think he's bowled pretty well. That one wicket that he got was the big one of Darryl Mitchell early on, just before lunch, in fact, with a good delivery that swung back in quite sharply and took out the Worcestershire opener's middle stump. Bright sunshine now, probably as bright as it's been all day, and maybe as warm as it's been all day out there, I would guess, as Ben Cox takes guard at the city end. Hudson Prentice will bowl from the racecourse end. We've seen Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire captain, switching his bowlers around with great frequency this afternoon. 4 over spells, pretty much the order of the day for all of them. 6 bowlers used, and in comes Hudson Prentice now and bowls to Cox. This one just short of a length on the off stump, and Cox plays it defensively off the back foot. Had a few more grounds suggested just
As have I.
tea. I'm not going to go through them all, but Andy, who's the Derbyshire fan, says Horsham, yeah, the Parks, Oxford, absolutely beautiful. The Grange, I don't know where that is.
Scotland, Edinburgh.
Rugby school, not particularly fond of rugby school. Whitgift school, quite nice, yeah. In Hudson Prentice again, bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. Fielded by Cohen coming in from mid-wicket. 136 for 5.
Mike Ray has obviously thought long and hard about this.
Good.
On the email. Might take a while to get through these.
Hudson Prentice then turns again down below us. Turns number 33 on his back as he moves away from us. Bounding run up. Bowls to Cox. That one just nibbled a little bit away off the seam. I think took the outside half of Cox's bat and ran away square on the offside to the ever alert Anuj Dal in the covers. Cox on 1, Vessels on 5. Worcestershire trailing by 254, and with 5 down, a big task. Similar position to the one they found themselves in at Chelmsford last week. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to Cox, who pushes up to mid-on, fielded by Rees, no run. Some grounds?
Some, I'll tell you. Mike Ray's been in touch. Without doubt, his favourite ground is New Road. Worcester, other grounds on which he loves to watch cricket: Wantage Road, Northampton, and Marine Drive in Scarborough, as well as Cheltenham College. He said he used to like Sophia Gardens, but hates the Swale Lake Stadium, and I can't say I blame him. He's enjoyed second 11. Oh, carry on.
Hudson Prentice. Some good shouts, though. Hudson Prentice short, wide. Cox cuts. Gets a single. Tumbling stop by Dahl in the covers. Cox moves on to 2, and the total to 137 for 5.
He's enjoyed second 11 matches at Bath Cricket Club, Pontedowlais Cricket Club, Charterhouse School and Stowe School, as well as Whitgift School. Minor counties, obviously now known as national counties: Bedfordshire's Amptill, Shropshire's Shrewsbury Cricket Club, Usk for Wales, as well as Abergavenny, and Oxfordshire's Challow and Childry.
Abergavenny's a lovely
Cricket
ground,
Club.
isn't it? And Shrewsbury's a good ground. Worcestershire Academy are there on Sunday. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Vessels, who steers this down to third man for a single, and keeps the strike at the end of the over. 138 for 5. Yeah, Worcestershire Academy playing in the Birmingham League's knockout competition, the Graham Williamson Trophy, sort of as a kind of extra guest side, and they're playing at Shrewsbury Cricket Club on Sunday. It is a lovely ground. I've played there a few times.
Well, Derbyshire have got, you know, when that round of matches between the counties and the national, whatever they're called, the more formal minor counties, Derbyshire are playing Shropshire away from home, but we haven't had confirmation as to where that game's being played yet. I don't think so.
Could be Shrewsbury, could be Bridge North, could be somewhere like that. Yeah.
I'm not sure whether the BBC will employ me that day. I would implore them to do so, but I shall certainly be there. if we're allowed.
It is.
It's an extended spell for
Matt
Critchley. It's the
Critchley,
third
got
over
that
of his
wicket,
spell.
yeah.
Third over of his spell. And he's going to be bowling to Vessels, who goes for a cut shot, misses it. And the ball thuds into Harvey Hussein's gloves. The play seems to have stopped as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Vessels and fielded by Mikey Cohen. Keep getting itchy ears. I don't know what's a sign of. Is that money? Don't think so. His
People talking about you.
Critchley again pushed into the offside by Vessels up to Dahl. Fielding it extra good. There we are. I've refreshed it. It's okay now. Critchley took a wicket with the fourth ball of his over before tea. This one is turned into the leg side by Vessels. Billy Godleman, who's fielding at mid-wicket, comes down to do the fielding, or in to do the fielding. Vessels waits, pushes it again up towards Godleman on the leg side. Critchley has one of those pub towels hanging out the back of his trousers. No moisture out there though, as this one is defended back to him by Vessels. It's the end of a maiden over from Matt Critchley. 138 for 5. It remains.
Yeah, struggle for the Worcestershire batsman. It was all looking pretty reasonable, wasn't it? At 121 for 3, with Fell and Oliveira having added 58 for the fourth wicket, and then Fell went for 69 and Oliveira went also before tea for 27, and now you've got to start that rebuilding all over again. Finn Hudson-Prentice, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, in again now to bowl to Cox. Bowl short, Cox on his toes, pushes out on the offside, fielded by Critchley in the covers. Lively noise on the effects mic. Formula One almost. What's going on there? Is that down below us or was that the road?
I think it was the road, motorbike on the road.
Ah, motorbike. Couldn't see it, of course, behind that big stand. You can see some of the big trucks that go past the city end, but motorbike ducked under the radar a little bit there. Here's Hudson-Prentice again. 2 slips waiting as he bowls to Cox, and Cox again covers up to a good delivery, which got quite big on him. Pushes down on the offside. Dahl scampers in again to do the fielding. Good cricket from Derbyshire. Billy Godleman is an unconventional thinker, I think. It's fair to say. He's
doubt about that.
Not the most conventional captain in the world, which is good. And he tried different things today, and one of them today is a day for rotating my bowlers on a regular basis. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls to Cox, pushes back to the bowler, no run. We've seen about 17 different spells in this innings, I think, genuinely, and we're only in the 53rd over. Only one bowler has bowled more than 4 overs in a spell, that's Matt Critchley. And it's paid off so far for Billy Godleman, who stands at mid-off thinking, yeah, this isn't going too badly. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Cox on the leg stump, and Cox turns this behind square on the leg side, gets a single. Motorbike's back as the fielding's done by Cohen. Throws rather sloppily into Harvey Hussain, and doesn't cost any more runs because they've just settled for a single. Cox moves to 3, Vessels 639 for 5. Bit more traffic today, I reckon, in the distance at the old Pentagon Island.
Tell you what, the M6 was busy this morning.
It's a sure sign we're coming out of lockdown, isn't it? Hudson-Prentice again moves away from us, in bowls to Vessels. Vessels plays up to mid-on, and again there's no run. Just do another delivery and then I'll shoot off for my latest FM update, if that's okay. They do come around quickly, don't they?
Yeah,
So
I'll let
seems.
you do it.
That's very kind. I just had a text message from the studio, so I better do it.
Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, I'll be there.
In comes Hudson Prentice again. He's in. He bowls, and Vessels drives thick inside edge through backward square leg. Picks up a single as Aitchison comes off the boundary down there to do the fielding. And in fact, I've got us through to the end of the over. 139 for 5. Vessels has 6. Cox has 3. 140 for 5. The scoreboard was a little bit slow. Vessels has 7, and he's kept the strike.
Cheers, Frank. We'll be back after his update, and then my update will follow about 5 minutes after that into the sports desk, as it does at 4:35 and 5:35. Although the 5:35 one might be slightly bizarre on account of the coverage of Derby County's game at Blackburn Rovers begins on all frequencies at 5:30 this afternoon. Big game for the Rams. More football tomorrow. Burton Albion take on Plymouth Argyle at the Pirelli Stadium. 12:30 kick-off that. Build-up starts at 12. The cricket starts at 11 as usual in the morning online. As Critchley is in, begins a new over to Vessels, half stopped at cover by Anuj Dal, and he gets through for a single, does Vessels. He moves on to 8, 141 for 5. Ben Cox back on strike. He's got 3. See, Frank won't misread the scoreboard, because it says 99 next to Vessels' name, and even a batsman with the power that Ricky Vessels has can't get to 99 in the time that he's been out in the middle. He's only faced 22 deliveries. Ben Cox on strike now as Critchley bowls to him, and that one is pushed out into the offside, very close to the edge of the bat though, picked up by Dahl. There's no run. Glorious sunshine now. Fewer clouds than there were when we started this morning, as Critchley is in, and that one is guided down to backward point, where it's fielded by Mikey Cohen, who's fielding in that position. To the left, or one of the other left-arm throwers is out on the cover boundary. Leicester Ploy, the third of them, is at a deepish mid-off. Lewis Rees. Critchley in again, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Cox. 2 balls of the over remain. It's Critchley's 11th. 2 for 22 his figures as things stand. And he bowls. That one is in a tickle around the corner. There's a chase on here for Hudson Prentice, who gets to the ball now, picks it up and hurls it back in. They go through for 2 runs. 143 for 5. Cox moves on to 6. Vessels has 8. 32 overs left in the day after this over, which suggests we'll get finished around about 6:30, something like that. Critchley's in and bowls. That one's outside the off stump, and Cox allows it to go through to Harvey Hussain. End of the over. 143 for 5. Hampshire didn't enforce the follow-on after bowling Middlesex out for 79 earlier today. They're now 38 for 2 second time around. That's a lead of 278. Elsewhere in this group, Essex 99 for 2 against Durham in their second innings, trailing by 64. And Nottinghamshire, having bowled Warwickshire out for 201, are 3 for 1. That's a lead for Notts of 76 runs. Sports desk coming up shortly as Finn Hudson Prentice begins a new over. That comes off a thick inside edge of Vessels' bat, and he picks up another single. Throw from Mikey Cohen almost goes over Matt Critchley's head. Update coming up. Yes, well, Worcestershire have moved on to 144 for 5 in the early stages of this final session. Ricky Vessels has 9, and Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper batsman, has 5. They've just gone through for a sharp single and a shy at the stumps from Lewis Rees misses, so they pick up another 1. Matt Critchley with a couple of wickets already in this innings, so too Sam Connors, as Derbyshire look to build on what is an impressive position. 390 all out they made this morning. Harvey Hussain top scoring this morning with 83. That followed on from the century yesterday for Matt Critchley and a 98 from Leas Deploy. But the bowlers are just started to, or trying to turn the screw here. Worcestershire in their first innings, 145 for 5. They still trail by 245. That delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice is pushed off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run. Lewis Rees gives the ball a really good polish. A ball that is now 54.5 overs old or thereabouts. Hudson-Prentice hairband in, bowls at a full-length delivery that's well dug out by Vessels, and he picks up 4 for it as well as he punches it down the ground to the mid-on boundary. He moves on to 13 into double figures. 149 for 5 the score.
Rebuilding was the word I used in my opinion. They need to do a bit of rebuilding.
Yeah.
It's but then again, there's only one way that Ricky Vessels knows to play, really.
What he's facing now, and he drives a little uppishly towards Matt Critchley. It bounces a couple of yards in front of him, and he fields it cleanly. But that was uppish off the bat of Ricky Vessels, out into the offside. Critchley fielding at cover. Does an impression of somebody diving. I think if he'd have dived, he would have dived over the top of it. It would have raced away. Critch didn't put his video on last night when we were talking to him on Zoom, and I'm just looking at his haircut. He's had quite the trim. Unlike Hudson-Prentice, who bowls, and that is driven, and that's 4 runs to the right of Critchley, to the left of Billy Godman. Good shot. Met it on the half volley and crashed it away. And Vessels moves on to 17, and the 150's up for Worcestershire, 153 for 5.
Yeah, Ricky Vessels summed up really, I think, in those last few deliveries there. Almost a Yorker, jams his bat down on it, times it so well it races down the ground, and then given a bit of room twice, picks out the fielder. Could have been a little bit uppish, might have brought about his dismissal, but completely undeterred. Next ball pitched up, and he knows only one way to play, just leans into it and smashes it for 4. He certainly moves the game on, Ricky Vessels, one way or another, and it's good to watch. It's good to watch, but at the same time, when reconstruction is the order of the day, not necessarily the best way to go about it. As Critchley bowls to him, and he pushes watchfully forward this time, back up the pitch to the bowler. But it's always interesting stuff when he's out there, that's for sure. 153 for 5, and Critchley again in, bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Cox. The thing about Vessels, for me, perfect number 6.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, I know he opens in white ball and stuff, but coming in at 6, ideal way to play. Critchley bowls, Cox forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. I mean, you might say it's not ideal if you just lost 4 quick wickets, but then it's counter-attack sometimes is the order of the day, and if you're going well when he comes in, he just tends to keep the momentum going. Is Critchley again, hardly a run-up, just 2 or 3 paces, throws this one up, slightly over-pitched to Cox, who hits a kind of bottom-handed, flat-batted cover drive and gets 4. Slight misfield on the boundary out there. A diving attempt by Cohen, is it?
I think it's Deploy. He was
yeah.
concerned about losing his trousers there, wasn't he? Because his trousers came down around his knees when he put the dive in.
It was a difficult one, and it was going to his weaker side as well. He's left-handed, obviously, but having got there and kind of got hands on it, he would have been disappointed not to stop it. Cox's first boundary goes to 10, 157 for 5. Matt Critchley, 2 wickets so far for the leg-spinning all-rounder. bowled pretty well. 2 for 28 so far for him. And the other wicket takers, Hudson Prentice 1 for 32 and Connors 2 for 39. Bowlers have been rotated in rapid succession by Billy Golderman here this afternoon. Since this Worcestershire innings started, we've only seen this man, Matt Critchley, bowl a spell of longer than 4 overs. In he again bowls to Cox, and he pushes out on the onside. And again, there is no addition to the score. So we've got 30 overs left in the day after this. We're in for a bit of overtime again, I think. Had quite a late finish last night. Here's Critchley once more. He's in, bowls, and Cox is pushing this one out on the onside again. And that is the end of a tidy over from Critchley, albeit he did go for that one boundary. 157 for 5, Vessels 17, Cox on 10. Sanitisation break.
As ever. Just getting my instructions for 5:30. Perfectly adequate. The sports programme starts at 5:30 this evening because of Derby County's game at Blackburn Rovers. Their doors already in Lancashire. So full coverage of that crucial game on BBC Radio Derby this evening. Pendleton Prentice is not going to be given the opportunity to continue his spell from the racecourse end. It's ended at 3 overs, 0 for 14. He's been replaced by Lewis Rees. Not a major surprise, given the way things have gone today. As far as the bowling changes have gone, that was Matt Critchley's 4th over, beg your pardon. So he's in jeopardy. Here comes Lewis Rees then from the racecourse and bowls, and it's whipped away by Vessels down to long leg. They pick up a single as the ball is overthrown back to Harvey Hussain by the man down there in deep, who I'm trying to pick
Aitchison,
out. Is it Aitchison down there? It's a long way away, isn't he, down there in front of the East Midlands demolition stand?
I think he thought Harvey Hussain was the same height as him when he threw that one in, didn't he?
Yes.
Cleared him by about 10 feet.
Stretching out his thigh muscles now and doing a few extra stretches as well. I wonder if he is going to replace Matt Critchley. He's currently feeling capless in the covers as Rees is in and Cox pushes this out towards Matt Critchley. And there's no run. 158 for 5, 10 to Cox, 18 to Vessels. These two been together since tea, on the stroke of which Brett D'Oliveira became Matt Critchley's second victim. Good catch by Wayne Madsen, a slip off the leg. His earlier one was a caught and bowled. Got rid of Gareth Roderick. Cox waits and Rees bowls. It's driven out into the offside. Big cry of wait because they weren't quite sure whether it was going to get past Critchley or not, and it didn't. It prevents a run from being taken.
Didn't time it, did he, really? Bottom of the bat. Horrible sound, wasn't it?
Yes. New Springs. There is nothing worse than
Carbon fibre springs.
yeah, nothing worse than not catching the ball right with the bat. What there is catching it and being caught. As Rees is in, and that one outside half of the bat into the offside. Critchley comes in and does the fielding, tosses the ball to Mikey Cohen, who has a good long look at it before giving it a bit of a polish. But Lewis Rees, as you can tell from that red streak on the front of his Derbyshire top, is the primary ball polisher. He's ready again. He's got a big red mark down the left-hand side of his trousers as well as he bowls. That one is a full delivery that's pushed into the onside. Cohen does the fielding again, just the toe end of the bat. Looking for the Yorker. Lewis Rees didn't quite get it underneath the bat. Wasn't too far away from it. He remains wicketless his 12th over. Turns and sets off again from the racecourse end. Left alone outside the off stump by Cox as it goes through to Harvey Hussain. Good pace as he took it shoulder high, but the line was all wrong. Who's going to bowl the next over? It's going to be Matt Critchley. See, my scorecard says he's bowled 3.2 overs, which clearly can't be right in this spell, unless that's 3.2 overs since tea, of course.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, that's ruined it.
He's bowled 12 overs.
Yes. Yeah. No, but but this spell.
Yeah.
Started before tea.
Yeah, absolutely.
For me.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it did.
That's just the vagary of the particular website that I'm looking at.
Anyway, he's still bowling, and he's in now from the city end. He bowls, and his first ball is driven straight down the ground by Ricky Vessels for 4. Slightly over-pitched, and he just punched through it, really. Pretty effortless. The margins for error aren't great against Ricky Vessels. Matt Critchley, though, he hasn't bowled many loose ones, to be fair. You expect the odd half-tracker or full toss from a leg spinner, and Matt Critchley has not produced that, really. He's been fairly tidy. He's in again now and bowls, and that one's quicker and shorter. And Vessels is on the back foot and punches it up to mid-off. Fielded there by Rees, who's a little bit too deep to save one. And they take a single, takes Vessels to 22. 163 for 5. Cox on strike is on 10. And in bright evening sunshine, Critchley in again bowls. Another pushed through quicker one. Top spinner possibly. Hurries on to Cox and he goes back and pushes it into mid-wicket where Godleman, the captain, does the fielding. One slip, the only close catcher, although Anasdar's fairly close at short extra, as Critchley is in again. This one's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Cox, taken by Harvey Hussain. Lovely evening now, with the exception of the fact that the temperature might be a little bit lower than we hoped for, as Critchley draws Cox forward to this one and he reaches for it fairly wide as well. He pushes it out on the offside. Some rapid hand claps from Madsen at slip and encouragement for the bowler. Geeing up the lads generally. Critch is in, bowls. Critchley in again, bowls, and Cox forward again, just steers this one off the outside half. The bat to backward point, end of a quickly delivered over, which cost 5 runs. 163 for 5, the Worcestershire response to Derbyshire's 390.
Some debate in the written media room about follow-ons and that kind of thing, but I don't think that Derbyshire will enforce it. It's gone out of fashion a bit, hasn't it? Hampshire didn't enforce the follow-on when they dismissed Middlesex for 79. So, I see no reason why Derbyshire would buck that trend. Usually do it when there's a bit of weather about or that kind of. And goes Rees, bowls, that's pushed out into the offside by Vessel, straight to Matt Critchley. And there's no run.
Yeah, the other thing is, if there's still 2 days left in the game, there's not really much need, is there?
The problem then comes when you decide to bail out second time around, doesn't it? You almost hope that you get bowled out so that you don't have to be making awkward decisions like that. That's all for tomorrow and beyond. Here and now is Rees bowling to Vessels and gets one just to swing back into his legs, and he pushes it up to very straight mid-off. Godleman comes around to do the fielding. That's where in this Group 1 of the County Championship, the first stage of the County Championship, Essex are 117 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Durham still by 46 runs. And Nottinghamshire are 12 for 1, leading Warwickshire by 84 as this next delivery is punched down the ground by Vessels for 4 runs. Nice shot.
Punched.
Nice shot.
Slapped, punched, sliced, steered. But that was a punch, absolutely.
Beautiful shot,
Short
wasn't it?
arm,
Very,
with
very
little
straight
back
as well.
lift and-
Yeah,
yeah.
very straight. Reese stuck out the left hand, but it was beyond him almost as soon as he'd stuck it out.
Yeah.
The feet you can hear in the effects microphone down below us are those of Mikey Cohen, who had to go and fetch the ball. Vessels moves on to 23 now, 163 for 5. 167 for 5, I beg your pardon. Vessels up to 27 as Reese bowls to him, and he guides this beautifully this time out towards the cover boundary. Anuj Dal gave Matt Critchley 15 yards and still won the race. And they come back for a second. It was like a racehorse in the final furlong there. Critchley was going as fast as he could, but the jockey was a bit heavy. Dahl overtook him in a flash. My favourite race today has been Madsen against Dahl. As fit as Wayne Madsen is, he's come out of slip. Wayne Madsen, he's gone in close-ish in the covers, crouching down. Just a solitary slip now for Lewis Reese. That's Lewis de Ploy. He wants him closer to the wicketkeeper as well, which he is now. Vessels waits and gets a short one down leg side and ignores it completely. Not sure that was what he had in mind when he put Wayne Madsen in close on the offside, but there we are.
Trying for the double bluff, I suppose.
I haven't seen Billy Godleman's changed his post-interval routine, which is a little disappointing. Ordinarily, he gets on his back and starts doing all sorts of stretching exercises, but doesn't feel the need so far this season. Perhaps the ground's too cold. He walks in at mid-off as Reese bowls, and off the back foot, it's played straight back to Lewis Reese, who threatens to throw down the stumps at the far end, but holds on to the ball. End of the over, Vessels has 29, Cox has 10, 169 for 5 now. Worcestershire in reply to Derbyshire's 390 all out. A bit of a conference going on between Godleman, Madsen and Critchley.
Quick story of the day, if you're just joining us, overnight Derbyshire 360 for 8. Lost their last 2 wickets in about an hour this morning, adding 30 runs. Ed Barnard picked them both up. Aitchison for 11 and Connors without scoring, leaving Harvey Hussain 83 not out, and Ed Barnard picking up 4 for 67 altogether in the innings. And in reply, Worcestershire, as we've said, are 169 for 5 as Matt Critchley begins a new over from the city end and bowls to Cox, who plays a very fine sweep. It's one of his favourite shots, and he's probably just got a little under edge on it. Gone down for 4, almost behind the wicket keeper. Takes Cox to 14. Worcestershire to 173 for 5. The men out. Libby out to the second ball of the innings. LBW to Connors, obviously without scoring his first ball. And then Mitchell just before lunch, bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 9. 22 for 2 at lunch. And then 3 wickets falling in the afternoon session. Just run through those in a moment. Break offers. This next baller, Googly, I believe, is bowled by Critchley and driven out into the covers by Cox. No run. The men out in the afternoon, Roderick for 12, Fell for 69 and D'Oliveira for 27. And here's Critchley again. Picked up 2 of those wickets. He bowls a slow lobbed leg break to Cox, who pushes it back up the pitch. So Critchley has 2 wickets, as I say, for 37. Connors has 2 for 39, and the other wicket taker, Hudson-Prentice, 1 for 32. Critchley again bowls to Cox, who drives to Anuj Dal, the man at short extra cover. Doesn't have to get any runs to be about 20 or 30 in credit, Dal. He must save that many runs in an innings. He must do. Is Critchley again in, bowls, leg break again, and Cox pushes this back up the pitch to the bowler. 173 for 5. Ricky Vessels 29, threatening as he always is. Scores his runs reasonably quickly in whatever circumstances. As Critchley again bowls. Cox forward to this one, pushes out on the offside. Tidy over from Critchley. He's having a good game. Got 100 yesterday, 2 wickets today. Busy in the game all the time. A key man in this Derbyshire side. And that was a tidy over from him. 173 for 5. Worcestershire, 60 overs gone. 26 remaining in the day. Vessel's 29 and Cox 14.
We've seen how quickly Vessel scores his runs. He's faced 36 deliveries for his 29, and Cox has faced 38 deliveries for his 14. Shows the difference in the two batsmen. Both equally valid, of course.
Another change.
Yeah, it was getting a bit samey, wasn't it? Here's Mikey Cohen. It's more left arm over, in fairness. So
very different, isn't it?
Not a radical change, apart from in terms of the potential pace of the two bowlers. Mikey Cohen, who's only bowled 3 or 4 overs today.
4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19.
Yeah, I thought he hadn't bowled many. His hair's getting a bit unruly. Goes with his guitar playing image, of course.
Does he play the guitar?
Oh, he's a very fine guitarist. He's threatened to. Well, he's promised. He hasn't threatened. He's promised to teach me the guitar if I take him to download. And he's in now and bowls, and he's cut away by Vessels. I don't think he's going to get 4 for it, as around the boundary comes Sam Connors to do the fielding. They pick up a couple of runs though. Vessels moves into the 30s. He's 31 not out, 175 for 5. Must be slightly creepy. It looked like a dad and his child going to download together, but a dad and his grandchild. And he's a little bit older than my son, so Cohen's on his way in again. Just the one slip for the South African, who bowls well wide of the off stump. And it's left alone. I say left alone, I don't think Vessels could have reached it, in fairness. A long way wide of the off stump. And he marches back to his mark. He'll be back to his mark almost in time. There he goes to receive the ball from his skipper, Billy Godleman. Turns the wrong way for a left-hander. And he's in again, very close to the stumps, and Vessels has a swish at that one. Hussain does well just to get something on it to stop it. Otherwise that would have been away for 4 byes, but it hit some part of his body. It clearly didn't hit his hands and damage them, because he has a very strange way of getting rid of pain, does Harvey Hussain. Slaps the back of his hand that hurts on the ground. Gary Wilson told him that. And he swears by it. I always think if something hurt, so he's turned the right way this time, Cohen. So he's not particular as to which way he turns, which is interesting. Or not, as Cohen bowls well, way wide of the off stump again. And through.
And no ball.
A no ball. That's the second he's bowled.
Just trying to work out why he can't get this line right, you know. It must be his wrist.
Well, I've never seen him bowl around the wicket either. So, I wonder if that's something he needs to add to his armoury. Here comes Cohen again. Vessels just waits, holding his bat almost like a baseball bat, and leaves this one alone because it's outside the off stump.
Just think it just seems to be. I put the binoculars on it, and I'm just trying to see whether his wrist is just not strong enough and to make the ball hold its line. Just seems to sort of fall at his left hand as he delivers the ball. Is kind of dropping away on the inside because he did get a couple to go down earlier, but they went down the leg side.
Gives the ball a cursory polish. Vessels waits, legs apart, almost facing the batsman. He bowls. He does have a go at this one. It's in the air, but it bounces a yard or so short of Sam Connors down at third man. Picks up a single, does Vessels, moves to 32, 178 for 5, but he wasn't entirely in control of that one. Just for a split second, 1 or 2 fielders thought it was going to go all the way to Sam Connors. He's got a good pair of hands. Wayne Matson's practicing his bowling now. He's trying to drop a hint to his successor and good friend Billy Godalming. Successor as skipper, that is. He's gone into a deepish gully for Ben Cox. He gets a short delivery that doesn't really get up that much. Cox isn't the tallest man. He ducked underneath it, but there was no real threatening bounce to that delivery from Mikey Cohen, who scratches away at the foot marks again. End of the over, 178 for 5. Cox 14, Vessels 32. As we approach 5 o'clock on the second day of this county championship match, the second round of matches. Every single one. There's only 3. All 3 of the games in Group 1 were drawn last week, so there's just 2 points between all 6 teams. And there are only 10 games in the group stage. So wins at a premium so far as Critchley continues from the city end, bowls one that turns away from Cox, and Hussain takes outside the off stump. In again comes Critchley, and Cox pushes this out into the offside. Dahl races in, swoops on it. 212 the deficit now at 178 for 5. Critchley in, bowls a quicker one. Vessels pushes it out into the offside. Again, it's Dahl who does the fielding out in the offside at extra cover. Vessels waits and then turns this. What looked like a full toss from him, not entirely sure because he's got his back to us and Harvey Hussain's in the way as well. Not that I'm asking them to move. Three overs remain after this one today, so we might get finished slightly earlier than potentially expected. This wouldn't be a bad thing. Critchley, after a dot ball, comes in again, bowls, and back into his stumps goes Vessels and brings his bat down on it to push it out into the offside. End of the over. 178 for 5. Ben Cox has 14, Ricky Vessels has 32. And Worcestershire trail by 212. Players break for a sanitisation moment. Two for 37, Matt Critchley. 2 for 39, Sam Connors. The other wicket going to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's going to continue from the racecourse end. Update going fairly shortly. It's Mikey Cohen. Cohen, of course. The bowls outside the off stump, was left alone by Ben Cox, goes through to the keeper, Harvey Hussain. So Connors 2 for 39 from 11, Rees 0 for 27 from 13, Hudson-Prentice 1 for 32 from 12, Critchley 2 for 37 from 15, Aitchison 0 for 10 from 6, and Mikey Cohen in his 6th over has 0 for 24 to his name so far. He sets off and bowls, and Vessels goes onto the back foot to push it out into the offside and picks up another single. He moves on to 33, 179 for 5. Glorious sunshine. Yeah, they've yet to pick up a wicket since the tea interval, though. Worcestershire have moved on to 179 for 5, with Ben Cox on 15 and Ricky Vessels, always a dangerous batsman. He's on 32. 2 wickets each so far for Matt Critchley and for Sam Connors at Finn Hudson Prentice, with the other Worcestershire in their first innings replying to Derbyshire's 390 at 179 for 5. Latest delivery is a dot ball. In goes Cohen, bowls, and that's driven handsomely down the ground by Vessels for 4 runs. Smacks into the advertising boards below us now. You could hear it. He moves on to 36, does Vessels, 183 for 5. And again, it's not desperate for a wicket, but would be nice if they could get one. Kind of territory for Derbyshire at the moment. Lewis Rees retrieves the ball from down below us and gives it back to Mikey Cohen. Cohen walks slowly to his mark and then sets off. He's in now, and Vessels plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Went for a bit of a swish with a flat bat. Didn't make contact. Goes through to Hussain. And there's no run. 183 for 5 means that they trail by 207 now. Cohen hasn't looked enormously threatening so far in this current spell. 63rd over of Worcestershire's innings. Vessels just flexes his knees and then gets ready to face this next delivery that's down the leg side. He almost makes contact with it. Just takes the underside of the bat, or a glove, bounces through to Harvey Hussain behind the stumps. It's the end of the over. 183 for 5, 15 to Cox, 36 to Vessels. Worcestershire trail by 207.
Yes, and the reconstruction continues from these two. They've added 48 now for this 6th wicket, but they'll want to stay together for a good bit longer yet. Ed Barnard, the next batsman to come. He made 100, of course, at Chelmsford last week. His maiden 100. So you'd have to say Worcestershire have still got some batting left, and Joe Leach is no mug. Alzori Joseph, I think, might come in ahead of Dylan Pennington, but Pennington made a maiden 50 at Chelmsford as well, so we have to start giving him a little bit of credit as a batsman. But I would say this pair and Barnard are the ones that will carry most Worcestershire hopes, as Critchley bowls to Cox, who pushes that one out on the onside. And Harvey Hussain scampers round from behind the stumps to tidy up. 183 for 5. Lovely evening now. Bright sunshine, long shadows from the floodlights. As Critchley bowls to Cox down the leg side, and massive appeal for a catch from Harvey Hussain. Cox initially looked as though he might have been going to walk. They celebrated very, very keenly, as if to suggest that whatever sound there was a bit woody. But umpire Robinson unmoved. Ben Cox looks down as though it's flicked his pad. We'll never really know, but it's not out. As Critchley comes in again and bowls, and this one's a little bit shorter, and Cox tucks it away on the leg side, and they have to hurry if they go through for a single. It was the left-handed Cohen, I think, doing the fielding. Got the throw back into Hussain. Ricky Vessels scampered through and just made it. Cox gets off strike and moves on to 16, 184 for 5. A few hands on heads out there. I wonder if they're still asking questions about that potential. It would have been a strangle down the leg side, but nonetheless, it's the way Hussain celebrated it straight away that struck me, as Vessels drives inside out on the offside, gets inside the ball and drives slightly uppishly, slightly to the left of Anuj Dal at short extra. I was interested for just a minute, but it went safely enough out to the boundary.
Another one to add to your new terminology, inside
out. Yeah, well, there's a lot of players that do play with inside out.
Yeah.
It's Critchley bowls, and that one's a top spinner. Fizzed through, skidded on, left alone by Cox. Hussain takes the bails off, but no suggestion of any appeal.
50 partnership, of course.
50 partnership, yeah, much needed from a Worcestershire point of view. Yeah, the inside out, I mean, the one or two players over the years who really were predominantly sort of inside out players. Critchley bowls leg spinner to Cox, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Hussain. End of a good over from Matt Critchley, who jogs away. And at the end of it, Worcestershire, as Dave Fletcher quite rightly says, with 50 added so far for this 6th wicket, are 185 for 5, Cox 37, Cox 16, I beg your pardon, and Vessels 37.
Yeah, it's been good for Worcestershire since tea. Matt Critchley having a long conversation with Billy Godleman there. I wonder if that 7 overs and 2 balls since tea. So quite a lengthy spell in the context of this game. Mikey Cohen's going to be bowling his 3rd over of this spell. It's only his 7th overall today, so he'll hardly be overworked. You wouldn't have thought. He's going to be bowling to Ricky Vessels, who's on 37. Over 8 -1. No idea what that means.
It means they should have bowled one more over by this point.
Pointless. And yet we'll be half an hour late. In goes Cohen and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot, forced into the offside. Madsen is there in the covers and does the fielding.
Good fielding.
Well, he hit it quite hard, didn't he?
Just made it look so easy.
Yeah, they do. I've no idea how they do it, really.
Practice. It is, though, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah.
They
no,
practice
you're right.
and practice and practice.
Yeah, that's how they do it. But I couldn't do it even if I practiced. That's the problem. 185 for 5. Cohen is in. Again, forced off the back foot, this time down the ground. And Billy Godleman comes around from mid-off to a very straight mid-off to do the fielding. Thinks about giving Lewis Rees the ball to polish, and then looks at it and thinks, well, it's hardly worth it, really. 65th over with it. They will get a new ball before the close, and they'll have about 7 overs with it if they take it straight away, something along those lines. As Cohen sets off again from the racecourse, and Vessels again off the back foot pushes it out into the offside. And again, it's Wayne Madsen who moves to his left-hand side to do the fielding. Three deliveries just slightly short of a length, forcing Vessels to play them off the back foot, but he's equally at home off the front or back foot, so I don't think it makes a lot of difference. BBC WM have just started following me. I think I'm going to get poached.
So jealous.
I think I'm going to get poached. It could happen. Well, WM Sport, that is. Only a week late. This next one is pushed out into the offside by Vessels. Billy Godleman's giving chase. His cap comes off. They've run 2. Will they come back for the 3rd? They will. And they'll get the 3rd fairly comfortably as the ball arrives in the hands of Mikey Cohen. So 3 more to Vessels, who moves to 40 now, 180.
I am jealous they're not following me.
8 for 5. I don't know why they're following me. We've already played them. But there we are. I'm not following them back. I don't do that.
Don't you? Ever? I do sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
I'm not going to follow the University of Southampton Geography Department, though, or whatever it was.
I think that's a little harsh. I'm not either.
Is that the sort of one you would follow back? At Frank Watson 58 is my handle on Twitter. At Fletch Sport is Dave's. We'd love to hear from you. We've had some fun with some of our Twitter correspondents today.
Going balls let down the leg side. It actually touched the pad on the way through, I think, but was clearly pitching outside leg in any case. So quite what Harvey Hussain was appealing for, I'm not sure.
I'm sure that Cohen has. Did you say he had a go at Notts before?
Yeah.
And he's obviously played in South Africa. There must have been lots of coaches that have tried to help him, but there's clearly something there. He just struggles to get consistency, doesn't
Yes,
he? Every now and
yeah.
again, the ball's absolutely spot on.
What will this one be like? He's in and balls again. It's down the leg side again. Obviously, moves to his left-hand side to take it. Didn't clip anything on the way through this time. And it's the end of the over. 188 for 5. Cox has 16. Vessels has 40. The flooding in the followers now. Just picked up another one.
I just haven't got it. There's going back to Cohen. Seriously, there's a few, there's a few top bowling coaches in the world, I reckon, who could really make something of him. I mean, unless lots have tried, I don't know. But he's got pace. He's got a good shape, decent action. But I'm convinced it's his wrist. He just doesn't seem to be able to reproduce the same delivery. Or even anything like it. One goes way over there and the next one's down the leg side. Maybe just trying too hard, I don't know. Matt Critchley in bowls, leg spinner 2. Vessels, who gets away with it. It goes for a big hit over long on, gets a top edge, a sort of outside edge, and it squirts over short third man. And Finn Hudson-Prentice running back, who's never going to get there, and it lands safely. But Ricky Vessels, lucky boy there. Matt Critchley nearly got his third wicket.
Yeah.
And it won't change the way Vessels plays, but it wasn't probably quite. They might have just done him in the air a little bit. He's on 42, and the total goes up to 190 for 5. It's quite important that these two stay together from a Worcestershire point of view. Critchley bowls to Vessels, who goes on the back foot, drives up to a very deep mid-on, so deep that he thought about a single, but hit it too well, really, and Aitchison coming in. He's not long on quite. He's sort of 2/3 of the way back. It's a good ploy from Billy Godleman, because he's saying to Vessels, if you want to go down the ground, you can, but you've got to get it pretty well to get it over that man who's about 20 yards inside the boundary. Critchley, again, from the city end, bowls to Vessels. Quicker, flatter leg break, and he goes back and pushes it to the bowler. 190 for 5. Interesting contest. Interesting last session. Critchley's in again, bowls again to Vessels, who drives on the offside. Dahl does the fielding in the covers, and there's no addition to the score. Gets through his overs pretty quickly, Matt Critchley. That over rate -1 might change soon if he carries on bowling. Bowls again to Vessels, who drives again out on the offside. There's no run.
Unlikely.
Yeah. Tim Robinson, the umpire at that end, still wearing his gloves despite the evening sunshine. Critchley's in again, bowls, another leg break, and he's pushed back up the pitch by Vessels. End of the over, almost successful for Critchley, but 2 runs conceded to Vessels. 190 for 5 Worcestershire, so they're exactly 200 behind, and Vessels has 42 and Cox has 16.
Yes, the over 8 thing, it's always baffled me. Mikey Cohen's going to continue. This will be his 4th over.
I bet he only bowls this one.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Billy Godleman's just told him.
Billy Godleman's in a 4-over spell kind of mood.
Get a wicket and get off.
Yeah.
Well, I can hear Billy saying it, actually. Mikey,
Yeah.
Get a wicket or get off. Cohen, to begin his 4th over of the spell, bowls to Cox. Wow, that's very short, and Javier saying can't reach it as it flies over the head of first slip. Lears to ploy. It's retrieved to Bye. Of course, it's retrieved there by Sam Connors. And a flashback there to Hardisville Jeune.
How is that not a wide?
Well, yes, quite. Well, it goes down as a bye, which is nonsense, is it? Nonsense. 191 for 5. Cohen is in again. Balls to Vessels, who watches it go past the off stump and through to Harvey Hussain.
Better.
But not very effective.
But when I say better, it's kind of like it went where he wanted it to go. He kind of, he started it off just outside off stump. It maybe didn't swing, but it went where he wanted it to go. And you get the impression with some of them that he bowls them and he just doesn't seem to have any idea where they're going. He bowled a Jaffa now.
He's hoping. Cohen runs past umpire Baldwin, and that's down the leg side, and they're claiming a catch. I think it went through off the pad. It did. Harvey Hussain moving to his left, pouching it comfortably enough.
So we've had one that went 4 foot outside off stump, one that went 1 foot outside off stump, and one that's gone down the leg side. Now that's what I mean about the inconsistency. And yet he's put a lot of effort in.
Yes, oh, no question about that. He's on his way in again. Bowling from the race course end here at the Incora County Ground, and that one is again leg stump-ish, and it's turned away off a pad or a thigh pad for 4 leg buys down to fine leg. 195 for 5. Derbyshire's second 11 game has ended in a draw. 231 not out in the end. Alex Hughes, 120 not out. Justin Broad, 138 for Tom Wood in the second innings of 535 for 3 declared. And that was following on. So well done to all there for saving that match that looked a forlorn hope, I have to say, after the first 2 innings. Cohen's in again and bowls. That one's on the stumps this time, but whipped away by Vessels down to backward square leg for a single. Hudson Prentice does the fielding.
You get 500 following on, you just think, what on earth happened in the first innings? Same attack, same pitch. Amazing.
Same pitch as last
2
week.
centurions and a double centurion in a follow-on innings.
Good effort, that.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Doesn't make a lot
Good half-time team talk from the batting coach.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Cohen's on his way in again. Bowls, and this one just hurries Cox a little bit there as he plays it out into the onside. Not sure what he got on it, but he got something on it. And it's the end of Mikey Cohen's over, and potentially the end of his spell. It's the 4th one of this spell. He's got 8 overs. He's bowled 8 overs. 0 for 33. 196 for 5. Worcestershire. Cox has 16. Vessels has 43.
Finished the over quite well. The 5th one swung, and had he missed it, Vessels, there would have been a bit of a shout, I think. And then the last one hurried Cox and was in at his ribs and was quite difficult to play. But the four that preceded it weren't where he wanted them. And it must be frustrating for him as well, really, because he knows that when he gets it right, it can be a real handful. Well, Matt Critchley's carrying on from the City end. Really lengthy spell. By today's standards, he's in his 18th over now, 2 for 41 so far. Very tidy figures for a leg spinner. Comes in and bowls to Vessels. This one's short, and Vessels whacks it away on the leg side for 4. Just had enough time to get in behind it and slap it really square of the wicket, just in front of square for a boundary. Takes Ricky Vessels on to 47, his 7th 4. Made a 50 last week at Chelmsford.
200 up.
200 up. Looks a bit better. First batting point for Worcestershire. Critchley is in. Bowls to Vessels, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run this time. When you look at the points, it's mad, isn't it? Derbyshire have got 5, Worcestershire have got 4, and yet Derbyshire have played much the better cricket so far in this game. And they're only 1 point ahead. Critchley bowls to Vessels, who drives to long off for a single, which takes Worcestershire to 201 for 5. This in response to Derbyshire's 390. But there you go, it just shows how bonus points don't exactly reflect the state of a game at any given point. Critchley bowls, this one's short and flat, and Cox goes on the back foot, cuts it away in front of square for a single. Deploy the fielder out on the offside boundary underneath one of the floodlight pylons here at the county ground at Derby, casting long shadows in the evening sunshine as Critchley moves in once more to bowl to Vessels, and Vessels pushes out on the offside. Dahl, the ever busy Dahl, comes in from short extra cover to do the fielding. Racing through his overs, Critchley again, he's in, he bowls, and this one again, he's pushed out on the offside to Dahl. End of another over from Critchley. Vessels 48, Cox 17, the men out, Libby 0, Mitchell 9, Roderick 12, Fell 69 and D'Oliveira 27, but no wickets since tea. And Worcestershire responding to Derbyshire's 390 all out, or 202 for 5 after 68 overs.
Trying by 188 now. Worcestershire, they'll be pretty happy with the way things are going, I'm sure, as the players rub some more gel onto their hands.
Do we have some scores from elsewhere?
Why not? Why not?
While
indeed.
there's a break in play. Okay, where are we? At Somerset against Gloucestershire. Somerset 312, Gloucestershire 222 for 7. So Gloucestershire trail by 90 with 3 wickets left. Hampshire batting again. Didn't enforce the follow-on. 319 and 89 for 2, having bowled Middlesex out for 79. They're 329 ahead with 8 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire 45 for 1 in their second innings after dismissing Warwickshire for 201. So they had a lead of 72. So overall, Notts 117 ahead with 9 wickets remaining. Lancashire 305, Northants 172 for 9. Glamorgan 285, Sussex cracking on 445 for 6. So somebody's made some big runs there. Just going to see if I can have a look at who that might be. Van Zyl 113, Haynes 87, and Aaron Thomason, the former Warwickshire, who's a bowling all-rounder. I always thought when he was at Edgbaston he got 67 opening the batting. Garton 88 batting at number 8, I think, and Robinson 46 not out. So late flurry from Sussex.
Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse end. Mikey Cohen's spell did come to an end. 4 overs.
So Sussex 160 ahead with 4 remaining. Essex batting again and doing better second time around. 96 in their first innings. Durham then 259. Essex 154 for 4 in their second innings. Still 9 behind with 6 wickets remaining. Yorkshire 379. Kent in reply 226 for 7. And finally Surrey 146 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 375.
Cox waits as Aitchison comes in again and he pushes it back towards the bowler who feels at the end of his follow through. And there's no run. First ball was a dot ball as well. Aitchison in his 7th over of the day. So again, hardly overworked. 0 for 10, so he's been quite tidy. Stamping his left foot on the floor just to sort his feet out as he turns and runs in. 2 slips in place and in the middle of Cox's bat. Pushes the ball out into the offside where Critchley does the fielding. Madsen and deploy as ever, the 2 slips. There's a 3rd man and a fine leg for Ben Aitchison. Some practice, looks like he's getting ready for a new over. Here comes Aitchison again, bowls and pushed out into the offside where Critchley comes in the covers to do the fielding. He almost seems to stop as he arrives at the crease, Ben Aitchison. Sort of runs in quite straight and then takes a little diversion to his right. Fine legs coming in off the boundary, 10 yards or so. All the way in the distance in front of the old calf. Now a bar, of course. Aitchison is in and bowls. That's a swish and a miss. Not taken cleanly by Harvey Hussain either. Cox gets away with one to a degree there. Called the play and a miss, but he went at it quite hard. Frank's going to update listeners to Hereford and Worcester. I should be doing something similar. In comes Aitchison again and bowls, and that is played into the onside this time by Cox, and it's the end of the over. It was a maiden over from Ben Aitchison, his third, so 7 overs for 10 runs. Ben Aitchison now 202 for 5. The Worcestershire score. That means they trail by 188 runs still, and looks like, is it going to be the end of Matt Critchley? Who's going to bowl this next over? Wayne Madsen's going to come on, is he, for an over? It looks like it. Didn't bowl an awful lot last season. Had a bit of a niggle, as I understand it. But this season, second game, give me the ball. So Wayne Madsen with a bit of off spin. Orthodox. Marks out his very short run up. He'll be bowling to Ricky Vessels.
Why don't you start with the odd name game? So like, I don't know.
Some members of the Worcestershire coaching staff in line of our effects microphones. This is a flat off spinner, as they tend to be, from Wayne Madsen. Vessels plays it back to him. Turns and comes in again. Again, a flat delivery. Vessels turns it into the leg side. Moves on to 49. Trail by 187 now at 203 for 5. Vessels to 49. Tosses himself a catch, Wayne Madsen. These two have added 68 for the 6th wicket, as Madsen is in and bowls to Cox, who defends it into the onside, and there's no run. Next delivery is defended into the offside by Cox, fielded by Billy Godleman. Final ball of the over is pushed out into the offside. That was the penultimate ball. Madsen's in again, turning to the leg side this time, and that is the end of the over. 203 for 5. Cox has 17. Vessels has 49. They could just do with a wicket here, Sally. 203 for 5 now, Worcestershire in their first innings, in reply to Derbyshire's 390 all-out earlier on today. Ricky Vessels has 49 and Ben Cox has 17. They've added 68 so far for the 6th wicket, and that means with 16 overs remaining and 203 for 5, Worcestershire trail by 187. Ben Aitchison to continue from the racecourse end. Build up to Derby County's match against Blackburn Rovers, just beginning now over on FM and AM. If you are into the football and can stand the nerves, as Aitchison is on his way in and bowls a loopy, slower delivery. It's outside the off stump, and Vessels ignores it completely as it goes through to Harvey Hussain. It's been a pretty good day for Derbyshire. They'll want to finish it on a high with a couple of wickets here. Madsen and Godleman just in conversation, as Aitchison turns at the top of his mark. At the racecourse end, he's in. And Vessels leaves this one alone outside the off stump as well. That allows it to go through to Harvey Hussain. Sun just disappears momentarily, but a cloud above, but still plenty of blue sky. But Ed's enjoying himself in Lancashire. Always a great place to be. St. Jason's on his way in. Over the wicket. Bowls. Vessels gets a bit of an edge on that one as he goes back into his crease, trying to turn it into the leg side. It goes down to third man, and there is Ricky Vessels' half century. 7 fours for Vessels. It came from 77 deliveries, I believe. And Ricky Vessels is helping Worcestershire to rebuild their innings after the loss of the wicket on the stroke of tea of Brett D'Oliveira. At that stage it was 135 for 5. It's 204 for 5 now. There's Ben Cox, who's got 17, waits and defends this one. Back to Aitchison. Cox has faced 62 deliveries for his 17. Vessels 77 balls for his 50. That's how different the two knocks have been from these two, but they've complemented each other really nicely in this 69-run partnership from 127 balls. Vessels done the bulk of the scoring, as Cox doesn't have to do anything with that delivery that's outside the off stump. Swung away from Harvey Hussain as well after it went past the stumps. He ended up diving away to his right-hand side to prevent the ball from racing away. They're still fairly chirpy out there, Derbyshire. Could do with doing what Worcestershire did last night in the closing stages of the day, when they picked up 4 wickets in 4 overs effectively, as this next delivery forces Cox onto the back foot, ends up playing a little push shot, and he picks up a single. It's very, very straight, and he pinches the strike as well. He moves on to 18. Now Vessels has exactly 50. Worcestershire 205 for 5 with 15 overs left in the day.
Yeah, good run from Ben Cox, that, wasn't it? Saw it quite quickly. Often players get into play a defensive shot, and the mind is defensive and they're not looking for the run, but Cox ever alert and picked up that single. So Vessels is 50, 77 balls, 7 boundaries. In the circumstances, not a bad effort. Wayne Madsen starts his second over from the City end, bowled just short of a length to Cox, who gets in behind this and punches up to long on for a single. And that takes the score on to 206 for 5. And Cox goes to 19, I think, as Madsen is in again. Bowls to Vessels, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. So just repeating that, Vessels is 50, 77 balls, 7 fours. Good effort from the South African. Waits now as Madsen bowls again, a loopy off break, and he just pushes it out on the offside. 7th bowler used by Godalman. He comes in again now and bowls. This one pushed through a bit more, and Vessels just tucks it away on the onside. Occasional bowler, but a tidy bowler, Wayne Madsen, I think, and certainly by no means a real pie bowler. He bowls this one to push through a bit more, and Vessels on the back foot drives up to mid-on. Slight collision between Madsen and the non-striker Cox. They go through for a single. You can see what Godalman's doing. It's definite policy of trying to not let the batsman settle against anybody. I think 207 for 5. As Madsen is in again, bowls to Cox, who pushes straight up the pitch, or just on the onside of the pitch. Anna Dahl does the fielding. End of the over, delivered very quickly. Over it's gone to -2. I can't believe it.
It's rubbish.
I can't believe it, because the last few overs they've whistled through them. Yeah. 207 for 5 anyway. It's strange.
I've never understood it.
Let's forget about it.
I don't want anybody to explain it to me. Well, I'm not that interested, to be honest, because it makes no sense. But Wayne Madsen's got 33 first-class wickets at 52. But he's also hastening the arrival of the new ball as well, which is available to Derbyshire in 8 overs' time. So he's using some heavy machinery as Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse end, and he gets 4 runs, does Vessels, up to a wide-ish long on. There was a dive from Lewis Rees, but it was in vain.
Timed. That was really nicely timed, and just a push.
Vessels moves on to 55 now, 211 for 5. Worcestershire. These two have added 76.
I think when bowlers come into county cricket fairly young, like Aitchison, just break off for a minute as he comes in now.
This time Vessels goes back into his crease and pushes it out to the offside to Madsen.
And people say to them, the margins for error are a bit smaller the higher you go when you play against better players. And then you get something like that, bowling at a guy that's been in the game for 15, 20 years, and you just get it slightly wrong over pitch on leg stump, and he just goes
bosh.
And it wasn't even a smash, was it? Just,
no.
I'm sorry, you can't bowl there. I'm sorry, it's 4.
You bowl there and I get runs.
And you've just got to sort it out.
Vessels waits as Aitchison bowls to him, and he pushes this out into the offside. Again, it's to Wayne Madsen. Again, there's no run. Aitchison's only conceded 16 runs, and this is his 9th over, so he's been
tidy,
very economical.
Yeah. He's got good shape, I think. Gets a bit of carry, doesn't he? He's a big lad and pitches it up, gets a little bit of carry.
Puffs out his cheeks at the top of his mark and sets off again. This time Vessels leaves it alone outside the off stump. Hussain collects just slightly to his right. Collects it comfortably enough. I'm sure we'll get an explanation of the over 8 at some point. Not how it works, but why it's -2. I mean, we will be late. And therefore it ought to be minus. But 6:15 I think is the official close. As Aitchison bowls and it's off the back foot. Vessels plays it back to the bowler.
You driving home again tonight, Dave?
Yes, well Lance 21 today.
Oh really?
So I'll go home to tuck him into bed.
Good effort that you're working then, really.
Read him a story.
And my daughter's 30 on Sunday. Which just about reflects the difference in our ages.
Yeah, nearly. I think I'm a winner on that one. This one is
another
again.
One. Again, it's just a push.
It is just a push up towards long on, and it's gone to the boundary for 4 runs. And Aitchison looks almost distraught as he walks away. He's going to collect his cap from the 12th man. Vessels moves on to 59, Worcestershire to 215 for 5 now at the end of that over. Cox has 19, and they only trail by 170. I know say only, but it's still 175, but it's down to 175 now. 7 overs till the new ball's available.
Yeah, well, it's better than it was. It's better than it was for Worcestershire, and they've played pretty well, these two, I think. I mean, Vessels had that one heave at Critchley where he sliced it over backward point. Madsen bowls to Cox. Not a convincing shot from Cox, who goes back. Looks to play a little steer down to 3rd man, but it was much too straight, and he just jabs it off a bottom edge down into the ground. Madsen again, in, bowls, a couple of paces, not much of a run-up, gentle off-spinner, pushed out on the onside by Cox. 215 for 5.
Good news.
Madsen again is in, he bowls, Cox is forward, defending back to the bowler.
My media request to watch Burton Albion tomorrow, which is another part of my
been
day job,
rejected.
has been requested. Has been accepted, yeah.
Here's Madsen again, bowls to Cox, drives a bit more firmly this time back to the bowler. And there's no run. So Dave, you won't be here tomorrow, and I'll be with
Tim Steer.
Tim Steer.
Yeah,
right.
Tim was on duty last Saturday as well.
Madsen bowls again to Cox, who pushes out on the offside.
I'll be here.
Reverend.
I'll be
Yeah.
here at the start of play just to
Right.
get everything up and running, because I don't think Tim's used one of these Raspberry Pi things before.
Okay, great. Here's Madsen again. Bowls and worked away by Cox on the onside. Through the over again very quickly, Wayne Madsen. 19 to Cox, Vessels 59. 2-1-5 for 5 Worcestershire. In response to Derbyshire's 390. And there's a sanitisation break, so I'll give you a very, very quick story of the day. If you're joining us, Derbyshire overnight were 360 for 8, ended up 390 all out. Ed Barnard picked up both wickets to fall this morning, finished with 4 for 67. Harvey Hussain was 83 not out. Jake Libby was out to the second ball of the Worcestershire innings, his first ball out without scoring. Darryl Mitchell followed him just before lunch, out for 9. That was 22 for 2 at lunch. 3 wickets in the afternoon session. Roderick out for 12. Tom Fell for a well-made 69 and Brett Oliveira for 27. At lunch, Worcestershire wobbling, 135 for 5, but 80 added so far for the 6th wicket by Ben Cox on 19, and Ricky Vessels on 59 has stopped the wobble a little bit, and now we're going to see another bowling change. I think Matt Critchley's going to have a bowl from this end.
He's going to bowl from this end. There was a 3-over spell for Ben Aitchison that time. 0 for 10, 1 maiden. Brooke Guest is on. I've just spotted him. I can't find him now, but I think he's on. So one of the Derbyshire fielders has departed.
Yeah, I think I can see him. Is it backward point? No.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dahl's still out there. Billy Godman's still out there. Wayne Madsen, Deploy's out there.
I think he's out there, isn't he? Deploy.
Yeah. Yeah, Connors. Looks like Lewis Rees has nipped off for a moment. Perhaps put his bowling boots on in anticipation of
Who'll
the...
polish the ball?
Well, I think it's beyond polishing now. Here's Critchley beginning a new over. First one from the racecourse end. It's short and wide outside the off stump. And Vessels picks up a single as he cuts it away to the man out in the deep, who is Sam Connors. Vessels and Critchley exchange a word or two. Brings Cox on to strike. Can they pick up a wicket with the old ball? He bowls, and it's a full delivery that is met on the half volley by Ben Cox, and he pushes it back down the pitch to Critchley. Cox waits as Critchley comes in to bowl, and that one is met with the full face of the bat, pushing it out into the offside. Madsen does the fielding. Dahl helps out, delivers the ball back to Derbyshire's leg spinner Centurion when they batted. 2 wickets today, and that one is pushed out to Dahl in the covers, and this time it's Madsen who returns the ball to the bowler, taking it in turns. Critchley in, and this one is driven very pleasantly up to Finn Hudson-Prentice. You may have heard Billy Godwin in the effects microphone there. Finny, go back please. So Hudson-Prentice is dropped to long off as Critchley is in, and this one is defended solidly by Ben Cox. It was a maiden over from Matt Critchley, not massively threatening. 216 for 5, but it has edged them another over closer to the new ball. That was the 75th over. And Lewis Rees is out there, but that's because has Guest gone off? Anyway, I can see Lewis Rees. I think our Guest has gone off.
Madsen to continue from the city end. That was 19th over that Critchley's bowled. 3 maidens, 2 for 48. Here's Madsen bowling to Vessels, blocks that out defensively. Connors 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. Rees 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 27. Hudson-Prentice 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. There's Madsen again, bowls to Vessels, who drives back to the bowler. I've told you Critchley's figures. Aitchison 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. Cohen 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 33. As Madsen is in again to Vessels, plays defensively, no run. And Madsen in his 4th over has conceded just 3 runs so far. They're whizzing through these overs now just to try and get to the new ball, I'm sure. As Madsen comes in and bowls to Vessels, who goes back and cuts away into the offside, but a diving Godalman at extra cover, shortish extra cover, means they don't get a run. It's gone a bit gloomy.
It's gone a bit chilly.
Yeah, gone a bit gloomy for the new ball. Madsen in, bowls to Vessels, who pushes to Dahl at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But if the sun comes out again, which it could easily do.
I think it could, because the weather's, I don't know which way the weather's coming, actually.
Madsen bowls, and it's driven by Vessels to extra cover. End of a maiden over, 216 for 5. When you say that, is this a ground where you can usually say it comes from over there? Or presumably. You look to the southwest, don't you, anywhere in England, really, and think, you know, when you're at Worcester, you sit there and you look over towards the Malvern Hills, the southwest, and you say that's generally where it comes from. Sometimes you get the wind changes.
It comes from the west, doesn't it?
Yeah. Generally, if you imagine you're in that commentary box at Neuro and you look up to your top right over the ladies' pavilion in that sort of direction, you can usually say that's where the weather tends to come from.
Bradders has tried and failed to be funny.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Again?
He says, are we sure it's not our grandchildren's birthdays? Very amusing. He says he's been out for a long dog walk, 12,000 steps today. Not that his dog's that long. This one is defended. Start of a Critchley over, defended by Cox.
He sent
he's
me
going through. I think it's the same one.
I think, yeah, it is. And the trouble is, when he says about grandchildren, the trouble is, as ever, that he judges everybody by his own standards.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's not like him to be funny, and he wasn't.
12,000 steps is not bad, though.
Not for a man of his age.
Well, exactly.
No, very
I mean,
good,
that moving the frame that often must be quite tiring.
He was a very old man the first time I met him. Here's Critchley, 216 for 5, defended by Cox. He's on 19. Vessels has 60. He'll be back. They're only little steps, of course, as well, aren't they? So he wouldn't have gone very far. 12,000, probably about a mile and a half. Critchley's in again, defended by Cox.
Probably know where he'll have been up. He'll have been up the hills. You know, he lives at the foot of the Malvern Hills.
Does he?
Just not far at all from his front door to beyond the beautiful Malverns, and that's where he'll have been, I'm sure.
Not proper hills, are they, down there? This one is spinning away from Cox. I'm not sure if it came off a pad, did it? It certainly didn't come off his bat, and it's just a bye, so it turned and bounced up. Harvey Hussain parried it over Wayne Madsen's head, and they've gone through for a bye. Yeah, I live in the foothills of the Pennines. There's a proper hill for you. Big ones. Critchley bowls, and that's beaten him, bowled him. It's bowled him.
Yeah, really good.
Vessels has gone for 60, and that could be a huge breakthrough. They've got a wicket with the old ball, with the new ball available very, very soon indeed, and the 6th Worcestershire wicket goes down. Vessels becomes the 3rd victim of the day for Matt Critchley. He's been bowled for 60, and Worcestershire are 217 for 6 now.
Yeah, really, really good breakthrough by Matt Critchley. I think it was a gooler. Going to have to look at a replay. Turned back through the gate, and yeah, he's absolutely delighted with that, and well he might be. Cracking bit of bowling with the old ball. Ends a really good partnership between Cox and Vessels. What did they add? They added 82 for that 6th wicket, but it is ended, and that's a real blow for Worcestershire. Ed Barnard is the new batsman coming out to join Ben Cox. Made his maiden century last week at Chelmsford, so he has every right to feel reasonably confident, but tricky situation to come out into with 3 overs, 3 overs left before the new ball is due, and a major blow by Matt Critchley. That one really well bowled. by the leg spinner. And just going to have a look at the replay now and see if I can see it. I'm pretty sure it was a googly. It must have been.
I'll have to take your word for that.
Must have misread the line completely.
I told you Bradley would be back.
Yeah.
Yes. The well-known solicitors firm isn't getting an airing.
It's not, my replay's not loading, so I'll have to wait for a minute. Anyway, I'll talk. So here we go. There's Madsen just changes his field. I'm watching it now, and yeah, I'm not sure if it was a googly or a top spinner. Maybe just went straight on his Madsen. Bowls to Cox, who pushes back up the pitch.
Terrific commentary
to the bowler. Brilliant commentary. I don't know if you could hear that
yeah,
on my
very
replay.
good.
Fantastic.
Very
I don't
good.
know who that was.
No, I've no idea.
Blocked that one, Cox. Madsen in again from the city end. Bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the onside, and Anaj races in to do the fielding again. 217 for 6. Yes, I've got the same.
Don't read it out. For goodness sake.
Here we go. Cox forward again to Madsen. Pushes out on the offside. Fielded by Billy Godleman. Coming in from short extra cover. So a big wicket that. Matt Critchley really well bowled. Let's give credit where it's due. Madsen in. Bowls again to Cox, who pushes out on the onside. No run. Matt Critchley. 20 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 48.
Terrific work.
Terrific work on a pretty good pitch. Hasn't turned square or anything like that. Made 100 yesterday.
In April.
Yeah, he's having a good start to the season. In comes Madsen again and bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the offside. Great all-round performance from Matt Critchley. Madsen again bowls to Cox, turns it on the leg side. Over, whizzed through again in about 2 minutes. A maiden. Cox remains on 10. Barnard yet to on 19. Barnard yet to face a ball. 217 for 6.
So what's that? That was the 78th over. So one more from Critchley, one more from Madsen. Lewis Rees is out there. He's already hatless. Where's Sam Connors? He's away in the offside. Yeah. He's a naughty man. So Matt Critchley with a successful previous over. This is only the 3rd over of this spell. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 this spell. They're the kind of spells you enjoy. And he'll be bowling to Ed Barnard, who's yet to face a delivery, who was hit on the pad after it. Got the inside edge of the bat. Stifled appeal, more from behind the stumps than from Critchley himself. If you could pick up another wicket before the new ball's available to get Worcestershire 7 down, that would be a huge bonus. He's in again, bowls, and that one is driven back to him, and he drops the ball. It was a good attempt at a one-handed, left-handed catch from the leg spinner, but he's put it down. Very, very tough chance. But it was an opportunity. Ben Aitchison has his hands on his head. He got a good view of that. As Critchley's in again, and he loops this one. It's pushed out into the offside by Barnard. Fielded by Anoj Dahl. Sam, close was it? Sam Connors starts his warm-ups as this next delivery is defended by Ed Barnard back towards Critchley. Anoj Dahl prevents him from having to bend down.
It's amazing how a wicket can change the mood, isn't it?
Yeah.
Suddenly, runs look impossible to score, and
Batsmen
when Vessels
get
was there, he
tense
was punching it around the ground. Incredible. 10 minutes.
Critchley bowls, and that's defended by Barnard out into the offside. Cox has played a really good innings, but he's faced 88 balls for 19, so he's not suddenly going to start being the free-flowing shot maker, is he? That's sort of in the mindset of support role, really, as that one is cut away by Ed Barnard. The batsmen almost crash into each other in the middle of the pitch. Around goes Sam Connors to do the fielding, curls it back in, and Barnard is off the mark with a couple. Last ball of the over, 219 for 6 to Ed Barnard. Ben Cox has 19. And it means that Derbyshire's lead currently is 171.
One more
I was
over to
gonna
the
say
new
it was the
ball, and
final.
we're going
Yeah.
to see Connors, I think, at that end, aren't we? Yeah, I think so. Madsen, no, Madsen's carrying on. He's going to finish it. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I thought we were having a change. So Madsen's going to bowl this one. He'll get through it in about 2 minutes, and then we'll see what happens. In he comes. Bowls the first ball. Cox pushes to Dahl at mid-wicket. Dahl fields into Hussain. Back to the bowler.
You've barely got time to think when Wayne Madsen's bowling, and he does it in T20 cricket as well. He's often used to bowl the first over.
In he comes again. Balls to Cox. Cox pushes to Dahl again. Madsen, Cox, Dahl, repeat. 219 for 6. Finish this over and dash next door for my FM update. In comes Madsen. Again, bowls to Cox outside the off stump this time, left alone, taken by Harvey Hussain.
I think I'm finished now till half time in the football.
Madsen just polishing the ball on his trousers. Moves in again, bowls. Quicker one this time. Cox just pushes out on the onside. He's got to keep concentrating. Vessels looked stunned when he was out. So couldn't believe he'd missed it. There's Madsen again. Bowls. Cox just pushes out on the onside. Just that momentary lapse of concentration, I suppose.
Best bowling all-rounder in the country at the moment.
Bowled well. Here's Madsen again. Comes in to complete the over. Bowls. Cox pushes out on the onside. End of the over. 219 for 6. New ball due. Cox 19. Barnard 2.
Beautiful. I shall just clarify that the best spinning or spin bowling all-rounder in the country at the moment is what I meant to say and should have said. As an aircraft takes off from East Midlands Airport in the far distance. I think that's about the first one I've actually caught sight of. It's away in the distance to the south. And we're going to see with the new ball, I fancy. No, we're not. We're not going to see the new ball. We're going to see Matt Critchley bowl another over from the racecourse end. I think that makes sense. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 50. Wayne Madsen's spell, which I'm sure is going to come to an end. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 3. So he's raced through his overs and he's hardly had a run scored off him. 219 for 5. As Critchley is in and bowls. That is defended by Ed Barnard. Back to the bowler. Potentially the final over with the old ball. Over number 81 of the Worcestershire innings. This one is tickled away down the leg side. There's a chase on here for Mikey Cohen. The ball's going to win that particular race though, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. Lewis Rees going through his bowling action. Sam Connors out on the cover boundary, starting to think about having a stretch. Critchley comes in and bowls, and that one is solidly defended again by Barnard. He moved on to 6, 223 for 6. Next delivery is played off the back foot, just caressed into the offside by Barnard. He moves on to 3. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 7. 224 for 6. Still a substantial lead for Derbyshire of 166 runs. And the new ball has been taken. So the first man to make use of the new ball is Matt Critchley. Although in fairness, he's only got 2 deliveries. He's only got 2 deliveries from the race course end. Stop it, Bradders. Critchley in, bowls to Cox. That one turns considerably. The next one's going to be a googly that goes straight on. You mark my words. If I'm a reader of spin bowling, which I'm not. Oh, motorbike in the background as Critchley bowls. That one is punched away into the offside by Ben Cox. He moves on to 20. Barnard has 7, 225 for 6. The Worcestershire score. And what it means is that we're going to see the opening bowlers return. Initially, Lewis Rees from the City end. I don't know if Bradley's means quite a day in Malvern or a quiet day in Malvern. Either way, beautiful down in that part of the country. I wonder if it was going to Cincinnati, that plane. It could have been going anywhere. It was going west, but they have the ability to turn around, apparently. Lewis Rees is just going through his bowling action with Mikey Cohen at the far end of the ground, and he's doing that thing that bowlers do where the ball just loops in the air, and Mikey Cohen's having to dash around all over the place to keep the ball off the turf. Leas Deploy is asking, I think, for the helmet to be brought out, so perhaps we're going to see a particularly attacking final 5 overs. Here we go then. New ball in his hand. Lewis Rees is in and bowls a full delivery that's clipped away nicely by Cox into the leg side. Chase on for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Batsmen go through for 2 runs. Cox moves to 22, 227 for 6. Nine for 1 off the last 5 overs. Runs dried up. Important wicket of Ricky Vessel's taken. A new ball in Lewis Rees's hand. Sets off, running towards us in and bowls, and that one almost gets the edge of the bat. Just about managed to squirm it away into the offside. Critchley does the fielding. 2 slips and then a 4th slip. Leas Deploy at first, Madsen at second, and then probably 5th slip in actual fact is Ben Aitchison. In comes Rees again, bowls, and that one is again not very convincingly pushed out into the offside by Ben Cox. Hence the oohs and ahs. What are the ground staff doing? I'm sure it's the ground staff. Very irritating. Rees turns. 4th ball of his over. In bowls to Cox, who gets a full delivery and pushes it up to Mikey Cohen at mid-on. He picks the ball up and inspects it and polishes it. Can't be very many games in which the leg spinner takes the new ball halfway through an over, which is what, well, 2/3 of a way through the over, which is what Matt Critchley did. He got it to turn. But I still think we're going to see Sam Connors, who's warming up furiously to our left as Rees sets off again, in and bowls. That was turned into the leg side. Chase on here for Finn Hudson-Prentice, moves to his right, hurls it back in, single taken. Cox moves to 23, 228 for 6. Derbyshire's lead being whittled away. It's 162 at the moment. Substantial, but flourish at the end of this innings, and it won't be too many. Rees then to bowl the final ball of the 82nd over of this Worcestershire innings. Bowls, and that one is driven very, very pleasantly, but he can't get it beyond Billy Godleman at Barnard, and it's the end of the Lewis Rees over. 4 to go then, 2 apiece for Rees and Connors, I fancy, as Connors marches in from just down below us to our left. And we are going to see Leas Deploy with a helmet on. That is quite the haircut he's had over the course of pre-season by the look of it. Leah's deployed. The kind of haircut you have to make sure you don't get nits. 228 for 6. My kind of haircut. I haven't had a nit for years. Years and years.
Oh dear. 228 for 6. And we are going to see Sam Connors. We'll be hoping he can have the same impact with this ball as he had with the first one, because he picked up a wicket. Jake Libby, last week's hero, on out first ball today to the second ball of the Worcestershire innings. Darryl Mitchell got a single off the first ball, and Libby was penned LBW by Connors' second ball. Bit of a shock to the system. Libby, forgotten what it's like, I should think. Well, he'd been on the field for the whole season until that moment.
Part of me wanted him to stay on for the whole game today as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody's ever been on for 2 full matches. I mean, he'd have crumbled on Monday, obviously, but...
Yeah. 228 for 6 as Connors begins this over with a short one, which clunks Ben Cox on the helmet. And we're going to have a pause now. Umpire's calling on the physio. We're going to have a look at him, check, do all the concussion protocol. He looks absolutely fine. It was banged in short, no great pace in it. In fact, he played too quickly, and he finished his shot, and it clunked into the side of his helmet and dropped down in front of him. But we have to go through all the protocols. You're supposed to have a new helmet, I think, aren't you?
If there's any damage, certainly they have to. A bit like motorbike helmets, isn't it? Once you've had a crash on a motorbike, you have to get a new helmet.
Yeah.
Pakistan beat South Africa by 3 wickets, I beg your pardon, in the international T20 at Centurion earlier on this afternoon in the county championship games in Group 1. Essex are 191 for 6. They lead Durham by 28. That's going to finish tomorrow. Nottinghamshire are 91 for 2 in their second innings. That's a lead of 163 over Warwickshire. So in a pretty strong position, Nottinghamshire, which is disappointing news. Hampshire 135 for 2 now in their second innings, having at one stage been 2 for 2. They lead Middlesex by 375 runs, having dismissed Middlesex earlier today for 79. 6 wickets for Mohammed Abbas in that game. Lancashire are 16 without loss in their second innings. That's a lead of 144 over Northamptonshire at Old Trafford. Yorkshire have got Kent at 253 for 8, so Yorkshire's lead is 126 at Canterbury. Sussex 478 for 8, lead Glamorgan by 193. Those are both first innings at Sophia Gardens. Done those 2, done that one. Somerset have got Gloucestershire at 261 for 7, which means that they trail by 51, do Gloucestershire, and Leicestershire made 375 today in their first innings, and Surrey 189 for 3, trailing by 186.
Ben Cox has been past fit by the physios, got his helmet back on, and he's taking guard again now as Sam Connors comes into bowl. The second ball of this over with the new ball. He comes in, he bowls, that's down the leg side. Big shout for a catch down the leg side from everybody. Hussain, Madsen, everybody thinks he's got a glove on that, except the umpire Baldwin and the batsman Cox.
Bowler joined in very late there, Sam Connors, I thought. I mean, Harvey Hussain looked convinced, absolutely convinced.
He did, but you know, you can't. They're always hard to tell.
Yeah.
They are. Unless it's wood, you know, and you hear the woody sound. I think that one. Just watching a replay, but I'm not going to see it because they put the scorecard up. Anyway, there we go. 228 for 6.
Poor bit of directing there by Elliott.
Connors in again. Bowls to Cox. Down the leg side again. And another one this time. Another shot. Is there something wrong with his bat? Do you think it's clicking or something when he plays? Because I'm convinced he missed that one by quite a long way. That went a long way, didn't it?
There were a lot of appeals in the game from both sides in the game at Edgbaston last week. The umpires were unimpressed.
Bowling for leg side strangles. Get it on the off stump. Get it outside off. Got 3 slips there to catch the outside edge.
Pop it in his block hole. See how he copes.
Anyway, 3 balls gone in an odd sort of over. We had 2 appeals for catches down the leg side and 1 clonk on the helmet Is Connors in again to Cox. Bowls. Normality is resumed. We get a proper bat on this one, and he steers it down to long leg where Cohen does the fielding, and they pick up a single. Ben Cox moves to 24. 229 for 6. Barnard is on 7. He'll face Connors for the first time. Yeah, just, you know, you do get some occasionally something goes in the handle of a bat and it'll click or something. But there were two really loud appeals, weren't they? They weren't half-hearted by any means. Barnard taking a fresh guard from the ump because he hasn't faced the seamer from that end yet, and he waits now as Connors comes in. 2 left in the over and 3 overs left after this in the day. He's in, Connors, he bowls, and Barnard goes back to one that keeps it. They're getting very excited, aren't they? All hands in the air, and shouts again as he went back to them, which did keep a bit low, and he jabbed it out on the onside for a single. He got an absolute toe end on that. I think he's even just inspecting that part of his bat now.
I don't think he really knew where the ball had gone either, did he? And he's just signalled that shot along the ground.
Well,
we've seen
a few, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Wouldn't be expecting it with the new ball, to be fair, but that's what we saw. 230 for 6. Cox 24, Barnard 8. Man outs in Steve Vessels for a well-made 60. Hit 9 fours and faced 95 balls. Top scorer so far in the Worcestershire innings is Fell, who made 69. In comes Connors again. He bowls to Cox, who pushes up to wide mid-on, fielded by Rees. End of the over. 3 left in the day, so a little bit of overtime tonight. And Worcestershire still trail by 160.
Just love to nick another one out tonight, wouldn't they? And if they can get 2, even better. But these two are...
If they can get none, even better.
I was just going to say, these two are determined not to give their wickets away. Cox 24, Barnard 8. Derbyshire would love to see Barnard castled. In comes Lewis Rees and bowls to Barnard, who guides that one down with the face of the bat to the man who's pretty much at 5th slip, Ben Aitchison. They called him by his dad's name there. I don't even know his dad. He doesn't know his tea. Bradders at 6:15 on the dot. It's not been a proper day. So he switched us off. Here comes, thanks mate. Here comes Rees again, put some effort into that one. It's turned off his pads by Barnard down to fine leg. He picks up a single, moves on to 9, 231 for 6. Still wicketless. Lewis Rees, 0 for 31 in his 15th over. So he hasn't gone for many, but hasn't picked up any wickets. We've got 1 at Edgbaston. Leading the Derbyshire attack this season, as he did indeed last season. Left arm over the wicket, balls to Cox, who bowled him. I think he might have played that on. He tried to withdraw his bat, and it's caught the bottom edge. And Cox has gone for 24. He picks up his first wicket of the match, his second of the season, Lewis Rees. And it's 231 for 7 now. Cox out for 24. He was trying to withdraw the bat, wasn't he?
Chopped on, yeah. Pretty well. It wasn't the best ball. I mean, credit to him, he's made him play, but it was outside off stump. He could have taken the bat away, and he tried to, but too late, and just chopped it down onto the stumps.
Been out there for 107 deliveries as well, Ben Cox. Yeah. Been a very long vigil.
Yeah, and he'd be disappointed with that because he wasn't in much trouble either. To be fair, you think about it, he's not offered much in the way of a chance in that 107 deliveries, but
no.
That was a disappointing way for it to conclude. And now we've got Joe Leach coming in there, or have we?
No,
it's Alzari Joseph coming in. Well, that's an interesting one because he does. He has made a couple of decent scores in Test
It's a
cricket.
long
He comes
handle.
with a reputation
Get a
of
bit of
having
long
been able to
handle, yeah.
bat. But yeah, it's an interesting time if he is going to play aggressively to
Smash it around
come
a bit.
in and do that.
Excellent.
Isn't it?
No,
You wouldn't be too worried if you were Derby. I think you'd rather see that. But then if Joe Leach had come in, he only knows one way to play as well.
yeah, the
so,
tail enders. The tail enders.
Yeah.
You shouldn't really be relying on 8, 9, 10, should you?
231 for 7, so
9, 10,
Worcestershire
11.
still 159 runs in arrears and 7 down. It's not looking great. Derbyshire will be hoping they can come back, well, clean it up either tonight or tomorrow morning early and then score reasonably quickly, I would think. Give themselves a whole day to bowl Derbyshire out, or more, whole day, maybe 4 sessions. They'll be very, very pleased with that situation.
So there's still 3 balls left of this over and 2 more after it. My scoreboard says it's Leach. It isn't. Joseph waits and Reese bowls to him and he gives him a bouncer first off and he sways out of the way. It wasn't an Alzari Joseph style bouncer that flew over the wicketkeeper's head. It was a decent height in fairness, and he just swayed out of the way and goes and taps down the pitch. Nowhere near where the ball bounced. Just to try and set.
He would have. You know what? He would have expected that. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, he dished it out, didn't he?
Yeah,
He
you
dished
would,
it out.
you think first innings in a new country. I'm going to get a few here.
Joseph waits again. Reese bowls to him a full-length delivery this time, and he digs it out. He digs it out well. He's going to get runs, at least 2 of them. It's chased down in the distance by Mikey Cohen. He does settle for 2. Trying to keep that ball off the ground, and between them they fail dismally. Lewis Reese and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Joseph off the mark with a couple, 233 for 7. Now he's discovered that his trousers have come undone, so he has to remove his gloves, sort his pants out. What is he doing? He's only just come out to bat. I think all his thigh pads have moved when he went for the 2 runs to get him off the mark. He'll be ready in a minute, though. No wonder it's -2, the over, right? Blimey. Come on, son.
There's been time wasted all day.
Do we have to wait for his mum to come on and tie his pants up? There we go, he's sorted now. He just needs to put his gloves back on. God. Time wasted. He's keeping Lewis Reese waiting.
Might get another bounce.
I think he might get a short one here. In fact, Billy Godleman's gone over to talk to him. Give him a bouncer, Luke. Just bounce him, will you? Give him a Derby welcome. They couldn't have had that discussion while he was sorting his pants out, of course. So they had to wait until he was ready and then held him up. Both sides playing games here. Reese is in. Final ball of the over. Joseph clips it into the air just beyond the grasp of Billy Godleman. He's going to get 4 runs for that, but it wasn't a very good shot. It was aerial for a long, long time. Well, it was a good shot because he went for 4 runs, but Joseph moves on to 6. End of the over, 237 for 7. Barnard has 9. Not a chance, but not far away.
It was sweetly timed. Wasn't it?
It was, to be fair.
It was sweetly timed. It's just that it was nearly a catch to Billy Godleman, who he didn't have. It was only about 3 or 4 yards to his left, but he just eased
and he went
through it, didn't he?
modern goalkeeper style with his right hand to his left.
Yeah,
which is never,
I don't think he.
No, he couldn't have got that. He couldn't have got that.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Joseph on 6. He's only faced what, 3 balls?
Yeah, he's not messing about. He's gone out there.
Barnard is taking strike at the City end. He's checking his guard. 2 overs left in the day. Going to finish just about on update time, aren't we? I'll commentate on this over and then shoot next door. Should work just about right.
Only 6:22. You've got loads of time.
Oh yeah, but I don't know how long this over's going to take me.
Well, it depends how many times his pants fall down.
Wickets. Connor's in. Bowl short to Barnard. Good delivery that. I like that. Played it well though, or didn't play it well. He watched it well, but just short of a length. Hit the deck quite hard. Climbed up past Ed Barnard's right shoulder. New ball, of course. Bit more bounce, bit more carry. Still a bit of grass on the pitch. Been a good surface, I reckon. Offered a bit for everybody, but as we've seen, quite a few batsmen have been able to get in and play shots. It's good service. Barring the one or two that have kept a bit low. Here's Connors in again. Bowls to Barnard, who clips this one away on the leg side. He'll get one. He'll come back for two as Cohen comes round from long leg to do the fielding. Good throw, but comfortably back for two. So Barnard moves into double figures. He's on 11. 239 for 7. Quite a lot of traffic noise now from the busy road at the far end of the ground. For those of you that know Derby, the Pentagon Island, famous really in the city in traffic terms, isn't it? As Connors is in once more, bounding run up, bowl short outside the off stump to Barnard, lets that go. Goes through to Harvey Hussain. He's been very tidy behind the stumps. He's tidy in everything he does, Harvey Hussain. He's tidily turned out, bats neatly, and he's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. He's had one that he couldn't get near that sort of swung after it went past the stumps and did him for 4 byes, but other than that, been pretty good. Motorbikes are out in force, I reckon, tonight. 239 for 7. Connors again. Comes in to bowl to Barnard. He bowls short, good bouncer, but Barnard ducks inside it, lets it go over his shoulder. I think, really, to be honest, with a new ball,
To waste.
7 down, you'd be wanting to make them play every ball
I
at
think
this
so.
stage.
I think so.
I would. I think that's what I'd be saying if I was the captain. Make him play. Got, what, 6 left after this, 7 left altogether. Make him play every one. Pitch it up now, get him forward, get him pushing outside off stump. Here's Connors again then. 59 on his back, he moves away, past umpire Baldwin, bowls. Short again, wasted again. Left alone by Barnard. Actually one more, I said 7, it's 7 now. But again, completely harmless really, that ball.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark Eckland, for pointing that out.
What's he pointed at?
He's pointed that out.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. At least he hasn't put on a public platform like Twitter or anything like that. Good of him. When are you back?
What are you supposed to say?
Well, you can't say anything else. We're dismissed, I suppose, but it's not a natural thing to say, is it? And in the 100, they're all outs, aren't they? So you've got no choice.
In comes Connors again, he bowls, and that is a good one. That's what he should have been doing all through the over. Good length, just outside off stump, nipped away. Barnard played at it, missed it, fortunately. Through to Harvey Hussain. End of the over, 1 over left in the day. Worcestershire will be hoping they can hang on and not concede and not lose another wicket. 239 for 7. Joseph on 6, Barnard on 11. But with Joseph on strike and what we've seen so far, I wouldn't put my money on the fact that they won't lose a wicket. In this last over.
The final over.
Who knows? Who knows?
Good news from Lancashire, where Derby County have taken the lead against Blackburn Rovers. Tom Lawrence with the goal. Final over of the day then, to be bowled by Lewis Rees, who's in and bowls. That one is defended. No, you're welcome. It's defended by Ansari Joseph. If he'll have a dig at one of these. I fancy he will. Sometimes they just can't help themselves, can they? Tail end batsmen who don't mind a swish of the bat. Rees is in. Bowls. This one, oof. He drove it, or he tried to drive it and tried to stop himself like a check drive, and it was in the air for a while as it made its way back towards Rees, but in the end dropped to the ground before it got to him. As a result, Barnard's just come and have a little chat with him. They do a bit of late evening gardening. As they don't water the plants, they'll be all right. Joseph settles himself down again. Rees is on his way in. 4 balls left this evening. He bowls wide of the off stump. He's not tempted to go for that one. Big Antigan. Already got 100 in the match, of course. Just thought I'd mention that. But I mean, he was quick. 2 wickets in 2 balls late yesterday evening. And a drop off his bowling this morning. The highlight for him of his debut so far. As he waits for Rees, who bowls and pushes this out into the offside, fielded there by Matt Critchley, who's fielding close in at extra cover, or close-ish in. So that's Frank all over. He's taking his heater away and everything now. Doesn't care how cold we get anymore because he's not going to be in here. Off he trots. You have to have the windows open for ventilation, but it is a bit parky. Tim Steer's been listening, but put an extra jumper on tomorrow. Of course, we could always put the heating on. Plenty of movement in the field here as they look to put some extra pressure on Alzari Joseph for the final 2 deliveries of the day, which is why it's just taking a little bit longer than you might have expected. Critchley's going in at 3rd slip. There are now 4 slips as Joseph waits, and he's coming around the wicket. Is Lewis Rees. He bowls and it's driven straight back towards him, not far away from his right hand. It's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Tim Robinson, the umpire, had to take evasive action as well. It was a very, very straight drive down the ground. And Joseph moves on to 11, 239 for 7. Not a million miles away from the right hand of Lewis Rees. Could be a very entertaining early morning tomorrow if Alzari Joseph is going to play like this. 11, he's faced 20, he's moved on to 10 off 8 balls, and he defends the final ball of the day's play back to Lewis Rees. And that is that for today. Worcestershire closed day 2 on 243 for 7. Alzari Joseph on 10, Ed Barnard on 11. It means that Derbyshire lead by 147 going into day 3 with just 3 Worcestershire wickets left to claim. The lawn mowers are on, which can only mean that we will be back tomorrow. Join us for the stream. And join us on the BBC Sport website as well. Thanks for your company today.